Hello everybody, Flamin' Shark, back with another video. Today we're jumping into what I believe is the 14th episode of Fate Stay Night and the 12th episode of the Fate Route. I could be wrong about that, actually. Pretty sure this is episode 14, though. Yeah, just recording this. It's actually Thursday morning at this point. It's about to be 4 in the morning on Thursday, so pretty much about as late as I can record this, but this is the last thing I have to record, and then, going into Thursday, I have everything through this coming Tuesday recorded, so I'm actually, getting this done finishes off, because I've actually recorded stuff that's going to come out after this for a good while, so I'm actually a fair bit ahead of my videos, finally, for the first time in a while, with no bullshit going on anymore, because I got my internet fixed, which was the thing in the early part of this week, and everything should be going smoothly. You guys should have gotten the Vinland video and the Pancreas video by this point. Well, you've already gotten the Pancreas video, but you should have got the Vinland video too, and then there should be more videos flowing every day for a while. Whatever the case may be, though, we are back with Fate, and not really a lot to say. Last time was the episode that I titled Regrouping, which was kind of, I feel like that was a really good title for that episode. We regrouped after all the chaos involving Berserker and just all that nonsense that was going on. It was kind of a cooldown episode. There was a lot of interesting character interactions, a lot of good stuff with Rin and Saber and Shiro, but as well as with Ilyasville as well. So just a lot of cool character interactions, and now we're kind of in this weird phase of Fate where I have no idea what the rest of the Fate route is. Like, it just feels like we're in this weird spot, and it's like, I guess it's dependent on how much more Fate in Fate we have, which I have no idea. The next chapter is called Infinity Arms, the next day, however you want to phrase it. And we're gonna, as you can see, we'll load this up right now, and you can see right here, Infinity Arms for February 13th. So, really interesting title, very curious what that's going to be referring to, and I'm very excited to check this out. So, yeah, this should be fun. You guys know, it's Fate. I love reading Fate. I love having a good time with you guys, enjoying this legendary visual novel that is, I will say, especially for this being the worst route that a lot of people consider, because from my understanding, again, common consensus is Unlimited Blade Works, Heaven's Feel, Fate, from best to worst, and if this is the worst route of Fate, I will say this has been really fucking good for the worst route. Again, I don't know if I'm in, like, I still have such a long way to go with this fucking game, but I don't know how much longer I have to go with the Fate route. But the Fate route's been very good. I've been thoroughly entertained. I've enjoyed myself. I found it a very interesting experience from just a, just in general, I found it very interesting. And I'm very curious and excited to see what the other routes do, which, to be fair, I don't know how much more time we have with this one. We might still have fucking 20 more episodes of this. It doesn't feel like it, though. It feels like we have maybe 10 or even less episodes left of this route, and then obviously we'll be taking a break from this series because this shit is so fucking long that there's no way I could play this game straight through without any breaks, to be completely honest. But anyways, let's jump in to Infinity Arms and see what February 13th has in store for Shiro and company. A red hill covered in corpses and a gray sky. The heavy clouds drifting away announce the end of the battle, so this is probably an Arturia thing. Yep. I know this scene. This is a scene I've seen many times already. This is one of the battles Saber experienced. These are the remains of a battleground so familiar to her as she is always victorious. Yeah, he keeps dreaming about Saber, and Saber keeps dreaming about Shiro, and their kind of most interesting memories, I suppose. After this, she will return to her castle. The people will celebrate her victory, and they will prepare for the next battle. This is her everyday life. This is but one of the 12 great battles she has gone through. That is why she does not bear any memories of the victory, but merely accepts it calmly. I think about such random things. that is not a dream. Just a cold truth that cannot be changed. Yep, back to the sword in the stone. From the moment she drew the sword from the stone, she was not human. Okay, so we're kind of repeating this stuff. I swear we have gone... Again, I don't think this dialogue is exactly the same, but it's so... Like, to the point that I almost just want to make sure, like, yeah, this is where we left off and everything. That's so, like, yeah, this is just kind of going over her memories again. I guess we're just gonna keep reiterating it every day, every night after we go to sleep, or, like, during our dreams, because, I mean, that's just what we see every night. I mean, I guess that's fine, but from the moment she drew the sword from the stone, she was not human. After becoming a feudal lord like her father, she became a king with many knights. She was called King Arthur, or Arturia, and the girl who had tried to become a knight had her life turned around. No, it is more correct to say that it ended. At that instance, the girl with childlike features disappeared, and the only existence permitted was that of the King of Knights. She acted as the son of the king. That is because the one to govern many territories and control the knights had to be male. The only ones who knew that the king was just a girl were her father and the Magus. She literally covered herself in steel and sealed that truth for all her life. Why didn't I realize what that meant? Someone placed before everyone managed to keep her identity secret. We don't know what suffering she went through, as I'm only watching from a distance. Time passes. These must be her memories of the 10 years she spent as king. There's only one thing common to all of them. Even on the throne, even in a hallway, even on the battlefield, no one talked to her. Even the loud round table filled with the knights' tales of bravado falls silent when the king steps in. So that's what it means. She was only idolized. Many knights looked down on Arturia, who looked like a small kid, and they did not approve of swearing their sword to her. But because she drew out the sword that they could not, they had to obey her, at least in form. They just accepted the disgrace, believing that it would pass. Even if she drew the sword, she is just a child. Even with Merlin's help, she will fail soon enough. When that happens, they need to only take the holy sword away from her and reselect the king. That's what most of the knights thought. But the results were different. See, like, this dialogue's new. I definitely can tell that. The knight that just entered adulthood was a king without flaw. So much so that she really accentuated the fact that she was no longer human. She brought peace to the fighting lords and immediately fought off the invading enemies. Of course, it wasn't because of the power of the holy sword. The holy sword only protects the king. It is the king's power that protects the country. And in that way, she suppressed the knights with results. Yeah, it's like hard to argue, right? The protection of the holy sword works only against enemy swords. It does not help rule over people's hearts. She worked hard to be an ideal king. And so, the knights had to follow their king. They suppressed their dissatisfaction with the young king as they saw he was perfect. She tried to be an ideal king. Being an ideal king was the condition of their support. There was no room for the human Arturia. The girl determined to be king. A great knight who pulled out the holy sword, who did not age from that moment on, and one who won 12 great battles. The more perfect she was, the more people kept away from her. Yeah, because they started seeing her as a god, as a like I said, like kind of like a deity king of sorts, and that simultaneously like will make some people feel unworthy and kind of further separate you from your people, and then for other people it'll further their jealousy, hatred, or disdain because you're too perfect. So it's like a lose-lose, but there's really nothing else she could have done. The longer she stayed that way, the more isolated she became. That was her true identity. But she still did well. No, she did too well. She defeated her enemies efficiently and minimized the victims in battle. No matter what kind of a war it is, a battle will have victims. So she believes she should make sacrifices before the war to prepare the army and to defeat the enemy efficiently. She would exhaust one village to prepare the army, defeat the invaders before they could damage the land, and save 10 villages. That was the solution she came up with as the king. And in truth, it was the best policy. The knights must have been unhappy. For them, only the invaders should die. It was only proper to win without allowing any victims. There is no need to sacrifice one's own territory before a battle. We will win, so there will not be any victims. It's an idealistic thought process that she was so realistic that she found the best way to minimize casualties and damage, but that involves sacrificing some of her own people. So it's a moral gray area, right, of whether that's the appropriate way to handle it or not. Like, realistically, it absolutely was, because she found the most efficient way to save as many people as possible, but in the process, she was still sacrificing some of her people. There will not be any victims, so the king's actions are fruitless. That's what they thought. Of course, that was just a fantasy. Once the battle began, the knights did not think about the small villages. It was only natural for them to trample over them, as the small villages are not what they seek to protect. The knights say it is only natural to be destroyed by the invaders, but it is a great sin to destroy them with our own hands. Of course, she knew that. But a king cannot allow her personal feelings to affect her decisions, yeah, because she's not human anymore. She kills her emotions to make a decision, and the knights suppress their personal feelings to obey, such is the relationship of the king and their knights. And after many sacrifices and continuing victories, the country became stable. The price of that was a revolt against the king. King Arthur does not understand human feelings. One knight said so and left the castle. It's a ridiculous story. Nobody wanted her to be human, but they revolted against her because she didn't have a human's feelings. The age of chaos continues. The knights, who had been dissatisfied with the king for some time, became more dissatisfied after that one knight left. They pushed all problems onto her and cornered her. Ruin was in sight. Death if she could not solve all the problems. Even if she did solve them, the result would be the same. But such trivial things are of no concern to a king. This, this, like, kind of pure, sort of, like, it's almost like a mix of a utilitarian and idealistic kind of fusion of what a king should be, and, like, what the title king represents, and how it's something beyond anyone in a person or any true human being. And they describe Arturia as the perfect king, and it's this interesting kind of idea of, it's just very interesting to read how Nazu considers what the perfect king is, and it's like as a concept, right? Because that's the thing, she was no longer a person, she became a concept, essentially. She's the representation of the concept of the king. That is literally why she is the best card in the deck. That's why she's the best servant, because she's the literal representation of the concept of the king. Now, obviously, there's, you know, you could get a essential god, right? So arguably the king isn't necessarily actually the best card, because shoutouts to a certain boy who we were probably lucky enough was in Berserker form, actually. Her mind will not change, even if she is abandoned, feared, or betrayed. Probably because she had her mind made up long before. She abandoned her emotions from the moment she decided to pull out the sword. A scene from a few years before. Knights from all over the country gathered to try to pull out the sword in the stone, but nobody could pull it out, and the knights were desperate to choose the most superior king by competing jousting skills. Knights went to the arena and forgot about the sword. It felt much like watching a festival from a distance. In the distance are the brave sounds of the cavalry. The roars of the knights are far away, and there is no one around the stone. What did the girl think before that? Before she realized it, an unknown magus was standing behind her. Merlin, I presume?
それを手に取る前にきちんと考えた方がいい。
Yep. He says he is not trying to frighten her, but that she should stop.
それを手にしたが最後、君は人間ではなくなるよ。
He also said that she would be resented by all humanity and die a miserable death. She could not have been without fear, because the magus showed her the end she would face if she took the sword.
いいえ。
But that just made the girl more determined. She nodded firmly, even when she was shown her future. The magus asks her if she is really fine with that. I wonder if she's gonna say no, but that's not what's important. Because regardless of whether she was fine with that, again, she would be the king. And again, this goes back to the idea of the king, right? And the whole point that that has kind of been hammered through with these king's memory, dream, flashback things.
多くの人が笑っていました。それはきっと間違いではないと思います。
Wow. Holy shit. What a fucking line. She takes the sword. The magus turns his back.
奇跡には代償が必要だ。君はその一番大切なものを引き換えにするだろう。
And leaves those prophetic words. That's right. The girl only wanted to protect everyone. Ow. But to do so, she had to throw away the emotion of wanting to protect people. Because one cannot protect a country as king if one has human emotions. She accepted it and pulled out the sword. She accepted it and swore to live as the king. So her heart would not change even if she was abandoned, feared, or betrayed. She threw away her heart. The young girl decided to protect in exchange for it. Who would ever know of such a sublime oath?
戦うと決めた。
No matter what.
それでも戦う。
Sorry. Even if there was inevitable solitary ruin waiting at the end, she chose to fight. And the end was this: the Battle of Camlan. One knight usurped the throne while King Arthur was on a campaign. Her country split in two, and a war began. In the legend, it is said that knights and chivalry were utterly destroyed. She slashed away the knights that once followed her and attacked the lands she once protected. The knights who sided with her died, and her body was crippled. There was nobody around her. That's normal. Nothing has changed. The only thing in her heart is her pride as the king. She knew of this end, but she still ran through her life because she believed something came of it. She has no regrets. There is one regret, is that the country is in ruin. After all that work to save it, right? She raises her eyes. She might be able to see the distant castle from this hill. But all that's there is the remains of the battle. A deep forest and a lake she must return to. Yes. Yeah, you have a sword to return. The hill she ran through is now a wall she cannot climb over. Strength escapes her shoulders. For the first time, the girl lets go of the holy sword by her own will. And that is the end. It's only natural for the dream to end there, because that is the end of her memories, the end of her life. So this is one end that cannot be changed. Okay, I see you there. A little meta there. She worked so hard. She was resented, and she was betrayed. No one ever realized that she loved the people more than the country, And she was always the merciless king. She was never rewarded or understood. On the Red Hill of Swords, the solitary girl who was always betrayed is about to face death. Awesome. That's fucking sick. I wake up to the sound of the rain and it's raining. Interesting. Yes, it is, Shiro. God. It was so funny because that one started more or less the same as the previous one we've had. But yeah, we actually did get some different details there. Really cool stuff, though. I do love those Arturia dream sequences. I hold my shaking head and get my body up. Oops. It's not 6 yet. Oh, you actually woke up early for once. Didn't you fall asleep outside, though? The sound of rain from outside isn't that loud. I rattle my teeth at the sudden headache. But it only lasts for a moment. Neither the pain nor the image that pops into my head lasts long. That scene is more than enough to wake my brain up. Yep. No, I don't even need to confirm it. That was Saber's past. It was the end of her life that happened a long time ago that cannot be changed. Yeah, and I'm sure that is an interesting feeling for Shiro because, like I said, he has to accept the fact that this girl that he has this bond with died and had this life that he never would have ever wanted her to have. But he has to accept that as part of the reality. So all he can do is, all that's left that he can change and affect is what happens with Saber moving forward. Before I realize it, I'm gritting my teeth. It's making a sound. Somehow I'm really angry. I grit my teeth loudly and suppress the urge to have a fit. Just remembering it makes me mad. Her past, her thinking nothing of it, and me thinking the dream was nothing. I don't like it. I don't know what I don't like about it, but I just don't. It means something, right? It's important. Her past is important. I hate it. I don't want that, and he doesn't want that for her, of course. That life was unfair no matter how you look at it. Such a life is wrong. I really like this OST. This is a really good one. She only wished for others. She did not wish anything for herself in return.
Sound familiar, Shiro?
She worked so hard, but nobody knew about it. That pisses me off. Yeah, you could. I agree with you. My problem is you're the same fucking way, and that's why you two are perfect for each other. That's why you drew her. I mean, there might be more to it, but regardless, that's just too unfair to her. That's right. If she worked harder than anybody else, she should be rewarded the most. In a perfect world, yes. She has to be rewarded for all the things she's done. But what can be done now? Can I just tell her that she did a good job? There is the Holy Grail, Emiya. Praise her that she was great? Of course not. Such easy words won't fix anything. Yep. That's right. If she is to be rewarded, her life must be repaid. The girl called Arturia has to become happy in proportion to how much she has fought, which is immense. Fulfill her wish. My train of thought stops there. I don't know how to make people happy. That makes me realize my own distortions. Well, I'm glad you're at least noting that. I've been living trying to be a superhero, but all I've been doing is lending people a hand. I believed everyone around me would be happy if I helped others like that. Yes! No. Yes. I couldn't move forward with pride unless I believed that. Yes, Shiro! It's very symbolic that it's raining right now. I mean, I hate rain symbolism, especially in like anime stuff. Annoys me to no end, but yet I would fucking do it too if I was a fucking... So I respect it. Helping someone and saving someone are essentially different. I can't think of a way to reward Saber because I don't know the difference between the two. Wow, that was really profound. Holy shit. Good for you, man. Holy shit. Just the fact that you can recognize that, though, says so much about your character arc. So, claps for Shiro. That was great. The breakfast table is the same as always. Saber and Tosaka must be adaptable, as they already seem to be used to Ilya's presence. Jesus Christ. I'm not going to get used to Ilya's presence. Maybe I will, but probably not.
で、あんたはどうするのよ、シロ。残るマスターは3人。聖杯戦争だって期限がないってわけじゃないんだから、そろそろ行動に移らないとまずいわよ。
Yeah, she kind
いつも後手を踏むってのも情けないし。
Yeah, she kind of has a pretty good point, to be honest. Tosaka's right. My body is fine and Saber is healed. Yesterday should be the last day of rest.
そうだな。けど、行動を起こすにしても、それは夜からだ。日が昇っているうちは、今まで通りにする。
That's fair.
本気？まあ、相手の情報がないんだから、闇雲に出歩いても仕方がないけどさ。じゃあ、シロは今日もセイバーにいじめられるわけ？
Yes. He likes getting beaten up by his Saber mommy. Training with Saber. That's the usual task, and it's natural for a master to prepare for battle.
リン、私とシロが行っているのは鍛錬です。今の発言は人聞きが悪すぎます。
Oh, trust me, it's actually a lot more pleasant than you might think to get the absolute shit kicked out of me by you.
いや、まあそうだな。午前中は今まで通りセイバーにしごかれるよ。
Well, it is the morning, though.
シロ、あなたまでそのように言われては、私の立場がないのですが。
Yeah, as Saber's over here like, the last thing I want is for you to be talking about things like that and making Rin get that stupid smirk on her face. She's gonna start making weird, perverted jokes given the fact that she literally, like... Moving on!
あ、いや、悪いセイバー。ぼーっとしてて聞いてなかった。
Wow.
ですから、リンの言いぶりは乱暴すぎるという件です。
It's part of why we stand Rin in this household.
まったく。どうしたのです、シロ。今朝は覇気が感じられません。朝食もどことなく彩りに欠けますし、昨日も遅くまで蔵にいたのですか？
Damn. Calling him out for not making enough food. Holy shit. I mean, I am starting to get hungry and there's still like 7 hours before like the place I'm probably gonna get food from opens. But by the time I'm done with this, there'll be like not as long left. She asks, but Saber's words aren't criticizing. I can feel that Saber believes in me. That's why it's even harder to look at her now. If I do, the image of that hill pops into my head.
わかりました。後ほどカツを入れて差し上げます。それでは今日も道場で鍛錬をするでいいのですね、シロ。
Yeah, pretty much.
ねえ、頼む。イリアはどうするんだ？
私も昨日と同じだよ。雨に濡れるのは嫌いだから、外に出たくないわ。
Yeah, it is kind of awkward when it's raining. Which, to be fair, happens a lot in Japan, but I don't know how much it rains in the winter, actually. It might not... I don't actually know. It might not rain in the winter that much. I mean, it snows, I know, but...
そうか。そうしてくれると助かる。できれば、イリアには家にいてほしいからな。外に出るのは危ない。
And to be fair, she's not from Japan
昨
anyway.
日みたいにお弁当作ってくれるなら一緒にいてあげてもいいよ。
Wow, she wants some bento boxes. Seems Ilya liked the boxed lunch yesterday. I'm a bit embarrassed that she's content with such a thing, but I'm happy if she's happy.
なんだ、それじゃあ昨日と同じってことね。
More or less. It sounds like the interesting divergence will come later.
私も調べ物があるから部屋にこもるけど、午後になったら顔を出しなさい。ちょっと話があるから。
I wonder if it has to do with his magic.
調べ物ですか？
そう。セイバーなら分かってると思うけど、
Oh, okay, Ryoto
昨
Temple,
日から
okay.
竜道寺の様子がおかしいのよ。
Sure.
あれだけ精力的にやってた魔力集めも止まってるし、何か動きがあったのは明白でしょ？
Fair.
まあ、残ったマスターの中で一番厄介そうなのは竜道寺のやつだしね。使いまでもこしらえて中の様子を探ってみるわ。
Sounds like a plan.
それでしたら探索に専念した方がいいのではないですか？無理に時間を割いてシロに享受する必要はないと思いますが。
That's honestly fair.
まあそこはそれ。悪いけど我慢してちょうだい。私もね、まだ危なっかしくて放っておけないのよ。
I mean, to be fair, that's also fair. Both of them have good points, really.
敵に殺されるのならいいけど、魔術をしくじって自滅でもされたら死として面目がないでしょ？
Wow, that's just based, Rin.
はい。リンの言う通りです。
Yeah, and Saber can't really argue with you either.
私はどうかしていました。リンの授業が必要ないなんてどうして思ってしまったのか。
That's a surprisingly, like, straightforward kind of apology, though. I mean, Saber is pretty straightforward, but, like, I don't know, that just comes off kind of odd.
その理由は簡単だけど、まあ知らぬが花ってことで。
Oh, because Shiro fucking sucks at magic?
それじゃあ午前中の鍛錬頑張ってね。そいつ頑丈だから死なない程度に痛めつけるぐらいが最適よ。
Was that a compliment, Rin? Tosaka leaves the living room with an absurd comment. I don't know, I think that was a compliment. I think you should take that one, Shiro. She called you tough.
セイバー、言っとくけど、遠坂の言い分なんて本気にするなよ。あいつはセイバーの打ち込みを受けてないからあんなこと言えるんだからな。
I'd pay to watch Saber beat Rin up. I mean, what, huh? I remind her just in case. I don't know why Saber's so happy, but...
はい。分かっています。シロの体に関してなら私の方が熟知していますから。
Giggity.
She replies like that.
どうしました？食べないのですか、イリアスフィール。昨日に比べるとまだ3割にも届いていませんが。
Damn.
違うよ。こっちのは食べられないの。
Aw.
私辛いのはダメなんだ。
Yeah, as far as I know, spicy food isn't really a Eastern European thing. Really much at all.
はあ、そう辛いとは思いませんが、この香辛料は鶏肉に合っています。
Chicken sounds pretty good. I might make chicken for dinner. I don't know. I have some spaghetti sauce that I have made. So I might have spaghetti tonight. I might have that tomorrow. I don't know. Chicken, spaghetti, and I have some lamb chops that'll be fucking delicious. I'll probably have this weekend. Those are like the three. It's some spaghetti, lamb chops, and then some form of chicken the next 3 nights in some combination for dinner.
マスタードは嫌いなんだってば。いいから食べて。その代わりそっちのイチゴの食べてあげる。
I'm not really a big fan of mustard. I don't outright hate it. It depends on the context, but I'm not really a fan of mustard generally. Really, most mustards in general too. Not
何をするのです、イリアスフィール。
stealing your strawberries, bitch.
こら戻しなさい。それはダメです。甘いものが欲しいならリンゴのパイがあるでしょう。
What, does she like really like strawberries or something? Sitting next to each other, the two of them are fighting like close sisters. It's past noon. I mean, they're both European, so that's like more than... I mean, that's something in common, I guess. And female? I don't know, like... We're reaching here. We three are eating lunch together like yesterday. Oh yeah, the lunch isn't the only thing that's the same as yesterday. The training before this was exactly like yesterday's. How many times are you gonna say yesterday? No, it was more awkward today. I don't know how to put it, but my heart starts beating hard when I see Saber and I can't attack her seriously now. Yeah, I wonder why! Saber is also acting strangely, as she never used to overlook such openings, but now she waits for me to attack, and for a while, we just stared at each other.
二人ともどうしたの？見ててあんまり面白くないよ。
Well, they kind of love each other. It's complicated. I don't know if that's even the right way to put it, but they have a deep bond. All jokes aside, they really do. I renewed my spirits with that and attacked Saber, but the results were the same, unsurprisingly, of course. After repelling my half-assed attack, she would not counter and let me go. As I wasn't attacked, I would face Saber again and charge again, but she would overlook me again. This strange time ended about 10 minutes ago. At Saber's request, we entered the lunch break, and we're eating lunch now. The menu is the same as yesterday. Sandwich, nice, based. But I couldn't just make the same thing as yesterday, so I elaborated on the ingredients, and it seems they really like it. Ilya's in high spirits, and Saber caught her breath, faced with the multicolored sandwiches. I'm just guessing, but I think Saber must have been getting ready. Anyways, it's much louder today than yesterday. A lot more banter. Oh, and the rain, too. It's raining outside, and the floor is cold wood, but I think this feels like a picnic.
ああ、もうそこまでです、イリアスフィール。それでは服が汚れてしまう。まったく、シローの真似をして一口で食べるからそうなるのです。あなたの口は小さいのですから、もう少しおとなしく食べるべきでしょう。
I really love the seiyuu for Saber. I mean, all of the voice acting in this is great, but Saber's is really good. I mean, really, they all have tremendous performances, to be completely honest.
分かってないのはセイバーの方よ。こういうお弁当はね、お行儀を気にする方が失礼なのよ。これはピクニックなんだから、こういう風にするのが本当なんだよね、シロ。
I don't really know if an indoor picnic is actually a picnic. I can't say I've ever had anything that has ever been defined as a picnic indoors. I've barely had any picnics in my life, to be fair, though. Ilya munches on the sandwich happily. Saber wipes Ilya's mouth. This is so weird. That is cute, though. It's a bit surprising. It's not just Saber, as Ilya trusts Saber more than she did yesterday.
驚いた。拒否しないのですか、イリアスフィール。
なんで？私、優しくされるの好きだよ。
I love how, like, just pure and just straightforward that was. I like being treated kindly.
他のやつが私に触れたら殺すけど、セイバーは綺麗だから許してあげる。
Ah, I see where your priorities are. I can respect that, Ilya.
それに、今は同じお弁当を食べる仲間だもの。セイバーが私のこと好きなら、私もセイバーのことは好きよ。
Fair enough. Ilya says so simply, yeah. That was kind of my point. Like, her logic is so, pure and simple. Like, nothing's complicated with Ilya. Which is the least I could say for these other fuckers like Shiro and Saber. Saber looks at Ilya dumbfounded. Ilya's smile was a surprise attack even for me, who was watching from the side.
何？セイバーは楽しくないの？
あ、いえ、それは。
私は楽しいよ。外は雨で、ここはこんな殺風景な場所で、欲しかったものは何もない。
Wow, so in other words, things are interesting.
けど、こうしていると嬉しいの。一人でいるより、 ずっとずっとあったかいでしょ。
Aw. I'm sorry, that Saber face is like one of the most adorable things I've ever seen. That might be my favorite expression, at least of Saber. Rin has some goddess expressions though, holy shit. But that Saber expression's hard to beat. She must have felt something in Ilya's smile. Saber lets out a deep sigh and stares at the white girl. That's just so funny.
そうですね。私もこうしているのはとても楽しい。
Aww. A clear voice. She smiles in a way I've never seen before. Oh, that heart's pitter-pattering. A doki doki time. My heart feels warm for some reason. That smile was good. That smile was for herself. Not a smile from watching over someone's safety, but a smile because she is happy herself.
シロ、どうしました？そんな顔して。何かいいことでもあったのですか？
I suppose you could say that, Saber.
いや別に何も。って今変な顔してたか俺。
In a sense.
うん、してたわ。お父さんみたいな顔。遠くからこっちを見守ってますって風なの。
I would say older brother might be closer.
私、そういう顔は嫌いよ。
It's definitely like an older brother to you. Literally and figuratively, almost. With Saber, it's obviously something a little different, but... I don't understand what she's talking about, but does that mean I was smiling?
そうか。まあいいことがあったからな。ついにやけちまったのかもしれない。
Saber and Ilya getting along and being relatively happy?
はあ、いいことですか？
そうだよ。セイバーは今みたいな笑顔のがいい。それが見れてよかったって。
That too.
難しいですね。そんなことが嬉しいのですか？シロは。
Wow.
だな。俺、セイバーのそういう顔を見るのが好きみたいだ。
Mm-hmm. Saber nods, still not understanding. She could be surprisingly dense sometimes. Then, Rin time? She must have realized something as she smiles and raises her head. Oh?
そうですか。それでは逆ですね。
Ayy.
逆って何が？
Returning the favor?
私はあなたが笑顔でいてくれた方が嬉しい。あなたが笑っていられるなら私はそれで十分です。
These two are such fucking simps, holy shit. I'd say just fuck already, but, well, that's kind of awkward. I can't look directly at Saber. I bet anyone would overheat if they were smiled at like that. Somehow, I calm myself down and sneak a peek at Saber. Saber has returned to eating with a calm face. There's no unease in her expression. There's nothing to worry about, but something is nagging at the back of my head.
私はあなたが笑顔でいてくれた方が嬉しい。
Yes. With that smile I saw for the first time, she was saying something entirely contradictory. Yeah, and that kind of goes back to the dream and the thoughts that he had once he woke up from his dream. Alright, it's Tosaka time. Interesting. That was actually a pretty short scene with Saber, Ilya, and Shiro. I mean, by fate standards, anyways. I listened to the rain in Tosaka's room. Today, we performed a fake physical examination, like yesterday. I just took the medicine Tosaka prepared for me and checked the magic circuit throughout my body. Guess it really is impossible to do any more here, since it'll require a more appropriate environment. I don't care about that, but I don't want to just sit here doing nothing. She told me not to move for a while to see the results, but I bet I can still talk.
トサカ、ちょっといいかな。
I call out to her, still meditating.
いいけど何よ。
セイバーのことなんだけど。
Okay.
なんて言ったらいいかわからないんだが。
Are you gonna elaborate on your feelings about this whole situation that have kind of been growing, especially with the dreams and just generally being around her more? Saying that, I realize I haven't thought this through at all. It's not even what can I do for Saber. Yeah, he is gonna elaborate on it. I haven't even thought about what I want to do with Saber.
そのあいつ何がしたいのかなって。考えてみればあいつが自分から何かやるって今までなかっただろ。だから
Win the Holy Grail War is what she's gonna say.
セイバーが何を考えているかわからない？
いやそういうわけじゃないんだ。ただあんまりにも無欲すぎるのがわからない。そこがどうするべきなのかわからないんだ。
Yeah, Rin was able to more easily accept that with Archer, even though Archer pretended like he wasn't.
まあそうよね。セイバーが自発的にやったことってあんたを守ることだけだもの。サーバントとしては当たり前だけど、あそこまで徹底しているとわからなくもなるわ。でもだからといって無欲ってわけはないでしょ。セイバーだって自分の目的のためにあなたを守っているんだから。
That is true. There are better ways to go about this. That's right. I forgot about the reason she became a servant.
そうか。セイバーの目的は聖杯を手に入れることだもんな。目的がないってわけじゃないんだ。
That Holy Grail will grant the wishes of its possessor. Yeah, he wants to grant her wish. So Saber at least has a wish she wants granted. I don't know what it is, but it's a wish she wants granted, even if it means becoming a servant. Surely the wish must be to save herself. That's not who she is, though. I highly doubt it. You're just totally assuming something when you know. This is the thing, Shiro. You know she's just like you, and you would never wish for that. Yeah, for example, she's here in this time so she can stay here and live a second life with the power of the Holy Grail. Yeah, you wish. No, rather, she has to go to that far to make up for her sad end. You're just writing headcanon that is not her. It doesn't fit her character at all, and you know that. You're just trying to cope with the how you perceive her life as being so unfortunate.
なんだ、話は簡単じゃないか。
All of a sudden, now he does want to win the Holy Grail War.
気持ち悪いわね。いきなり元気になっちゃって。今の話、そんなに面白かった？
Now he really wants to win the Holy Grail.
ああ、元気が出た。そうだよな。そうでなくちゃあそこまで懸命に戦うもんか。
I don't know. I think you're underestimating her again.
セイバーは何より自分の望みのために戦わなくちゃいけないんだから。
I nod to myself. Tosaka must have been shocked by my reaction.
エミヤくん、喜んでるところ悪いけど、それはあなたの早とちりよ。セイバーは自分のためになんか戦わないわ。
I mean, she never did in life. Why would she after, right?
あなただって分かってるんじゃない？セイバーはそういうタイプじゃないわ。
No.
彼女が聖杯を求める理由は決して自分のためじゃないって。
It's very clear. I mean, come on, you know Saber better than that, Shiro. And like I said, again, it's very akin to. She's very much like you.
何を根拠に。
That on. I can't finish. That's right. Her last moment was a lonely one because she had no wishes for herself. So Saber cannot be seeking her own salvation. Still, I wanted to think that, so I distorted her personality for a moment. Again, at least he's acknowledging the fact that he was being stupid and he knows her better than that. That's awkward. Conversation stops. As soon as I start to think that the heavy silence will continue.
つまんない話だけどね。あーちゃんもあんたと似たようなことを言ってたわ。
は
あーちゃんってあのあーちゃん？
My boy. And of course they start playing the theme that played with him a lot. It's played in other moments, but I can't help but think of this as Archer's theme.
そう。私もね、あいつに聞いたのよ。あんたの望みは何なのかって。そしたらあいつ、なんて言ったと思う？
あいつの望みって言われても困る。
I don't know anything about him. As Archer said that we'd eventually be enemies, he made no effort to talk to me or Saber. But still. He was sarcastic a lot, but I know he wouldn't have a stupid objective. No, he's not that type of person at all. He's the GOAT!
これがね、聞いたら笑うわよ。望みは何よと聞いたら、はいっつったらこう言ったの。
I'm very excited what he's gonna say, but also that is a fucking adorable sprite of Rin that I don't think we've seen this whole game.
そうだな。恒久的な世界平和というのはどうだ？
Why are we hearing this in Archer's voice? That's goated, but why?
もう呆れを通り越して爆笑したわけ。
Wow.
そしたらあいつ、やはり笑われたか。まあ他人の手による救いなど意味はない。今のは笑い話にしておこう。なんて言っていじけちゃってさ。
Fair enough. As different as he is to Saber and Shiro, he is cut from a similar cloth, and all of you are, Rin as well.
なんかね、ああいうやつだから英霊になんてなっちゃって、私みたいな小娘に刺激されちゃうんだなとか思ったわ。
Yeah. In a lot of ways, it really might just be that simple. Naruhodo. He didn't look like it, but he was a fine knight.
けどね、間違わないで。聖杯が本当に全ての願いを叶えるのなら、恒久的な世界平和なんて最悪の願いよ。
There would be no progress in the world, it would be stagnation.
要するに、それって何もないってことでしょ？
Yeah.
争いのない世界なんて死んでるだけよ。物事は動いてないと腐るだけなんだから。
This concept is talked about a lot in... I mean, there's multiple examples. It's not directly talked about in a certain really famous 90s anime. It's actually more directly talked about in another anime, both of which I've reacted to, but a 2000s anime that was really fucking good. That gets into this concept more directly. But it's it's the idea that, you know, there's always going to be bad things about progress, but we have to always keep moving forward towards the future. A stagnant world is a dead world.
それ、あーちゃんにも言ったのか？
言ったわよ。そしたらあいつ、それが賢者の考えだ。私も同意見だが、今でもこれだけは愚者の夢を守っているのだ。だってさ。
Wow. Wow, that's great.
まあそれはいいから、それじゃあ他の望みはあるのかって言ったら、あるにはあるが聖杯で叶えるほどのものでもなし、私の分は君に譲ろうとかなんとか。
Ha, fair enough, it's just random bullshit.
キザでしょ？あいつきっと生前は女ったらしだったに違いないわ。
I bet you wanted to fuck him too, Rin. Like, let's not lie. Like, no cap. Like, I think every last one of you, unless you're just like violently gay one way or the other, I think everyone else desperately wants to see that. Like, let's be real. Like, I'm like, all memes aside, just for the based factor, I need that in this game, and I don't. Realistically, I don't think I'm gonna get that, because I mean, unless Rin is the main character in Unlimited Blade Works, and it really does become the Rin and Archer show, which if it does, I'm coming. If that actually is the direction the game goes, I will fucking nut. But I have my doubts. I'm assuming that we're probably gonna be playing as Shiro in every route. I doubt the difference is which character we play. It's probably which character we get to bang, ironically enough. You get my point. Or fall in love with, possibly? We'll see.
なんかそんなイメージはなかったけどな。けど、その話がどうかしたのか、登坂。
別に サーバントにもいろいろいるってことを話しただけ。
Oh, I see. Well, I think it's a good reference, so it did help me out a bit.
じゃあ次はこっちの番ね。
Oh shit. Now it's Rin's turn to ask some questions.
まあ私もセイバーに関することなんだけど。
Oh, this is the talk that she wanted to have with him, finally.
そういえば朝方言ってたな。話したいことがあるとかなんとか。
Interesting.
ええ、大したことじゃないんだけど少し気になって。今更になるんだけど、エミヤくんはアーサー王の伝説を知ってる？
The Legend of King Arthur. I've had it forced upon me more than enough in the past few days. Yeah. You've gotten to witness it in a way that you never imagined you would.
人並みには知ってる。まあ朝王が女の子だったなんてことは知らなかったが。
そうね。けど性別に関してはどうでもいいのよ。別にアーサー王が女の子だったとしても伝説そのものに変更を加える必要はないでしょ。アーサー王が周りの人間を騙し通していれば女性であっても男性として扱われるんだから。
Of course.
幸いアーサー王にはマーリンっていう魔術師がついてたしね。インキュバスとの根血だっていう悪魔じめたやつだから、アーサー王の性別を偽装したり生まれないはずの子供を用意するってのもお手の物だったんでしょ。
Excuse me? His father was an incubus? Excuse me? I get the feeling we're not gonna go into that more. I want to know more about Merlin now. What the fuck? So he was half human, half incubus. And he was a magic. What the fuck? Like, now I'm more curious about Merlin. What the hell? He had a cool voice. He did actually have a voice, too.
そうだろうな。それ
Oops.
だから私が問題にしているのは伝説と今のセイバーの食い違いよ。
Yeah?
ねえエミヤくん、あなたはエクスカリバーがどういうものか知
Oh,
っ
we're
て
gonna
いて？
get into the whole Excalibur and Caliburn thing?
なんだよ今さら。エクスカリバーって言ったらアーサー王の代名詞だろ。妖精に授かった剣で切れないものはなく刃こぼれもしないっていう名剣だ。
やっぱりそんなことだろうと思ったわ。
For some reason, Tosaka acts like she's won.
俺なんかおかしなこと言ったか？
言ったわよ。あなたもアーサー王と同じ間違いをしたってこと。マーリンがいたら未熟者ってどやされてるわ。
Did Merlin... What's going on here?
だからなんでさ。岩に刺さった剣ってのはエクスカリバーじゃないんだよな。あっちの剣は途中で折れてしまって、その後に湖の妖精から譲り受けた剣があって、それがエクスカリバーなんだろ？
Yeah, where's the lie here?
そうそう、エクスカリバーをアーサー王が受け取った時にね、マーリン
Oops. I did it again.
そうよ、あなたがお気に召したのはどちらの方ですかな？剣か、それとも鞘ですか？アーサー王はためらいもなく剣の方だと答えるんだけど、マーリンは叱責するの。お間違えめさるな。剣は敵を撃つものですが、鞘はあなたを守るもの。その鞘を身につけている限り、あなたは血を流すこともなく負傷することもない。真に大事とすべきは剣ではなく鞘なのです。
Are we implying that Is there a misinterpretation of what Excalibur actually is? That's kind of what I was looking at. I just wanted to reread the Caliburn and Excalibur stuff. The fuck, Rin? Tosaka imitates King Arthur and Merlin skillfully.
気合入ってるな、トサカ。
She really is.
それで、お前何が言いたいんだ？
I do love Tosaka's passion, though.
何ってここまで聞いてわからない？つまりアーサー王は不死者なの。エクスカリバーっていうのは攻守ともに無敵の宝具なのよ。
Yeah, it comes with... Sure. That makes sense.
だから本当ならセイバーは傷を負ってもすぐに治るはずだってこと。
Huh.
トサカ、実際セイバーは傷を負っても治ってるんだが。
But in the sense that, like, they should just instantly disappear.
それはそうだけど、セイバーの自己回復はセイバーのバカみたいに膨大な魔力を使った力技にしか見えないっていうか、ともかく伝説のエクスカリバーの鞘とは違う気がするのよ。
Huh.
なるほど。トサカがそう言うんならそれは正しいんだろ
She doesn't truly have the sheath, quote unquote, of Excalibur.
う。ならこっちから質問。
So it's the sheath of Caliburn? Or something weird like that, in a sense?
アーサー王は不死者だって言うけど、それならどうしてアーサー王は死んだんだよ。伝説の最後はアーサー王の死じゃないか。
And of course there is that. Saka opens her mouth dumbfounded. After freezing for a few seconds, she grits her teeth and looks away.
そうだった。エクスカリバーの鞘は途中で敵に盗まれたんだ。
That would explain it. Yeah, that's a simple mistake. I forgot about it too, but the fall of King Arthur started when he lost the sheath he should have never have lost.
で、納得いったか、トサカ。
言ったわよ。笑い物にしたいならすればいいわ。
Interesting. So the sheath is presumably, I assume, was never found. The sword was returned to the lake in the story, but the sheath, I assume, was never found. She's lying. I can tell she intends to axe kick me if I laugh. That would be hilarious.
納得いったんならいい。けど、どうしてそんなことを気にしたんだよ。セイバーが傷つかないかどうかなんて、お前には関係ないだろ。
うるさいわね。何よ、ちょっとそうだったら無敵だなーなんて舞い上がっただけじゃない。私だってね、たまには間違えることぐらいあるわよ。
Wow, okay, Rin. Yes, like your legendary mistake that landed you actually rolling quite well with Archer, it would seem. This is hard. Would it be good for her if I correct her and point out that she makes mistakes often, not just once in a while? Man, if we got a choice there, that would have been hysterical. And that would have been a game over if we chose wrong. By the time the sun sets, the rain has stopped. There's like a weird imprint in the pillow that just... I'm not entirely sure what that is, honestly. Based on our conversation during breakfast, we should be going out into town to search for other masters after dinner, but...
その前に確かめておかないと。
Saber's intentions. I need to know why she is fighting. Yeah, this is honestly a conversation you two should have had way earlier than this, but regardless, it's good to have it now.
と言っても、正面から聞いてもダメだな。できるだけさりげなく聞き出さないと。
Honestly, at this point, I think you should ask her directly. I don't... Why? I don't know. I mean, yeah, she could, of course, reject you, I guess, but... What do you have to lose at this point? You already know her identity. You already have, bonded. You've gone through so much together. I feel like she's not going to necessarily hide that from you if you truly wanted to know. I could be wrong. I make my mind up and stand up. Let's go to the living room. Hope I'll be able to penetrate the fortress using the calm before inner air as a shield. Why did you describe it as penetrating the fortress? What the fuck, bro? I mean, unless you're actually going to try to get it in, which is not what we've been talking about remotely. Not even remotely.
例えばの話だけど、
Oh boy, here he goes.
もし聖杯戦争に勝ち残れたとしたらどうしようか。
So I couldn't come up with any good ideas. I asked her directly.
えは
All three of them! Dude, I hate that we have a harem now. Like, it's officially a harem. Like, it wasn't a harem until now because Sakura and Fujimura are not part of the harem. But Ilya is. Because Ilya is, like, living with us full time. Whereas Sakura and Fujimura are basically out of the story at this point and most certainly not living with us full time or really showing up at all. They all gave the same response, or they all give the same response with different expressions. Yeah. It's funny, because Ilya and Saber have actually very similar expressions. Looks better on Saber, but, you know. And then Rin's just got the Rin face, like, what the fuck?
だから勝った後のことだよ。聖杯を手に入れたらどうするかって話。
I thought you're saying we, too, when you're literally talking to two of the masters that are defeated. Or more or less.
そんなの説明されなくてもわかるけど、どういう風の吹き回しよ。あんたがそんなこと言い出すなんて。
Even though they don't nod, it seems like Saber and Ilya have the same question. I guess it was unnatural to abruptly ask. Yeah, just a little bit. But I have to play ignorant for now.
ああ、いや、ただの思いつきだ。
Yeah, okay.
ほら、残ったサーバントはあと3人なんだから、そういうことを考えてもおかしくないだろ。数が減って明白に終わりが見えてきたんだから。
I mean, you say that, but we're basically only halfway through
ま
from a numbers
あ
standpoint.
言われてみればそうよね。いくら素人だってこの状況ならそれぐらいは考えるか。好きで始めたことじゃないって言っても命を張ってる以上は報酬ぐらい気になるだろうし。
Not exactly, but close.
そうそう。一応それぐらいは考える。
Thank God Tosaka likes to reason things out, and I'm not a reasonable person. I think one of Tosaka's good aspects is to consider anything as a possibility if it sounds reasonable. Well, just in this case, though. No, it's a good quality in general, but it's bailing you out a little bit here.
それで遠坂はどうなんだよ。もし聖杯が手に入ったらどうするんだ。
I asked as naturally as I can.
そうね。私は勝つことしか考えてなかったから聖杯に叶えてもらうような目的はないわ。
And we already know about that from the prologue.
とりあえず聖杯を手に入れるけどその後のことは考えてなかったな。
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what an answer. So she's fighting because she doesn't want to lose, huh? It's the most Rin thing ever. Well, I guess so, but I never really thought I'd be right.
切れた。一番ものを考えていそうで実は一番考えてないのよね。
Also Rin in a nutshell.
言うじゃない。じゃあそういうあんたはどうなのよ、イリアスフィール。そんなの知らない。聖杯は私のだから誰にも渡すなって言われただけよ。
Literally nobody knows why they're even fighting in this fucking war.
もともと私のものなんだからそんなものに興味あるわけないじゃない。
Wow.
要するに聖杯より聖杯戦争の方が楽しいってこと？
Pretty much, yeah.
当然よ。私は勝つためだけに来たんだもの。聖杯の使い道なんてどうでもいいわ。
All these bitches just want to win this fucking murder game. And these two are, yeah. Are they the same? They actually have a lot of similarities, not gonna lie. The two glare at each other silently, and there seems to be a sympathy I can't understand. Yeah. Saber doesn't say anything. She must not intend to join this conversation. But no matter how much Saber hates it, I must ask her this question now.
2人の目的はなんとなく分かった。
They don't really have intentions, but sure, yeah, I mean, I guess that's a form. I try to nod naturally and...
じゃあセイバーは？
Oh boy. I ask Saber. I'm waiting for the music to stop. Saber doesn't answer. Yep. There it is. They must have realized Saber's acting in a complicated manner as they both stare at her. If I'm counting, must be about a minute's silence.
今さら語るまでもありませんが、聖杯を手に入れるのは私の義務です。聖杯がどれほどの許容範囲を持っているかは知らない。ですがそれが聖杯である限り、私は聖杯を手に入れなくてはなりません。
I mean, if you consider who she is, like, it makes sense. I don't even mean her as a character. I mean literally who she is.
そして無論、聖杯が私の望みを叶えられるなら、望みを叶えるだけですが。
Okay, that's the part that interests me. She said it. Without a doubt, Saber said she has her own wish.
そうか。で、その望みって何なんだ？
I restrained my pounding heart and asked calmly. I don't think she wants to tell you that. Saber doesn't answer. That's fine too. You just needed to know that she had a wish. If she cannot answer, chances are good that her wish is a selfish one. I love how the irony that he's the one thing that he could be selfish about is he selfishly wants Saber to be selfish. It is the most like selfish thing I've ever heard. It is so, it really does define Shiro in a nutshell. Considering Saber's personality, she would hesitate to speak of a selfish wish. So, I would prefer if she kept quiet and not tell me a ridiculous wish. Such whining fills my head.
何？それってそんなに難しいこと？サーバントの望みは現世に蘇ることだっておじいさまは言ってたわ。英霊たちは2度目の生を得るために聖杯を求めるんだって。セイバーだってそうじゃないの？
I raised my head at her words. There's no problem if that's Saber's wish, but...
いいえ、2度目の生に関心はありません。
Oh, she's interested in something else.
私の目的は聖杯を手に入れることのみです。もともとこの身は聖杯を手に入れる代償としてサーバントになったのですから。
I knew that had to be it. The fuck is that sound effect? Oh, it's the remixed version. But I think it's even a different one than the first remix. I knew that had to be it. I knew the girl who took that oath pulling out the sword would not seek a second life. Because she has no regrets in her first.
聖杯を手に入れることと引き換えにサーバントになった？それって英霊になる時の契約のこと？
Huh.
はい。この身をサーバントとする交換条件として私は聖杯を求めたのです。
じゃあ何？あなたって聖杯を手に入れるために呼び出されたサーバントじゃなくて、聖杯を手に入れるために自分からサーバントになったっていうの？
Interesting. She must be really surprised as she yells all this, then tilts her head, not believing her own words.
つまりセイバーは英霊だから呼び出されたんじゃなくて、自分からこの戦いに参加したってこと？
Which I assume has something to do with the events of Fate Zero.
けどサーバントである以上英霊として祀られているんだから、自分からこっちの世界に関わるなんてできっこないわよね。じゃあセイバーはサーバントのルールから大きく外れてるってわけでもないし。
Huh. That's so interesting.
もうちょっと待ってね。
Yeah.
今整理するから。
Yeah, Rin's like, I'm super smart, I'll figure this out.
いいえ、整理するまでもありません。リンが言ったことは正しい。
What the fuck?
私は他のサーバントとは違います。私はまだ完全にサーバントになったわけではないのですから。
完全にサーバントになっていない？
Does it have to... What does that mean? Does it have to do with the sheath since we were bringing that up? No, more importantly, what does it mean to become a servant? Is her legend not over? Because she has not obtained the Holy Grail, and that's part of the legend. That's part of her legend, or there's no way the plot twist is going to be that she's somehow still alive, because they've talked about immortality in regards to King Arthur as well. There's something weird going on here, though, and I'm trying to piece this together alongside Rin. Saber said she agreed to become a servant as a price for obtaining the Holy Grail. So she's not become a full servant yet because she has not obtained the Holy Grail yet. That tracks. Then that means...
ちょっと待ってくれ。サーバントっていうのはまさか何かを手に入れた代償として無理やり戦わされてるっていうのか。
Oh. And she wants the thing that she agreed to obtain was the Holy Grail.
いいえ、
No. Okay.
それは違います。
Yeah.
もともとサーバントというのは、
So that
この聖杯戦争だけの特別な使い魔です。
Okay, so Saber is verifying that our understanding of the Holy Grail ruler is correct. That it is how it's been explained in the past with Rin and all that stuff.
サーバントとは英霊の特性を利用した召喚魔術。
Sure.
元は英霊なのですから、サーバントにパンを得た代わりに労働をするという決まりはありません。
そうね。サーバントシステムってのはもともと守護精霊である英霊を利用したものだもの。元からあるものを使ってるわけだから、サーバント側にもマスター側にも代償として支払うものはない。けどサーバントになる前、人間から英霊になるには代償行為が必要だって聞いたことがある。英霊っていうのは人間の守護者でしょ。彼らは死した後も人間のために働いて、人の世の滅亡を水面下で防ぐのだとか。
That makes sense.
で、そういった守護者になるには、生前まだ英雄として現役だった頃に何かと取引をしなくてはならない。
Are we really saying that she never died?
それが英霊の契約。世界に死後の自分を明け渡す儀式。
Her crusade never ended. I feel like we're building up to the plot twist that she never actually died. But how would that even work?
交換条件によって財を得た者が英雄となり、英雄としてやりたいことをやった後、死後はサーバントとしてもらった財を返す。
The ones who obtain riches from the exchange become heroes. After they do whatever they want as heroes and die, they become servants to pay for these riches. Huh. Interesting.
つまり英雄になるために借金をして、死んだ後は英霊になることで借金を返すってこと。
Fair enough.
サーバントっていうのはその返済金額を横から私たちにかすめ取られて使役されてるってわけ。
What a sentence. We summon servants by stealing the debt liability from the world. That's such a Fate line. Like, that just would not exist in any other series. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
つまり何かとの取引で人間は英雄になって、英雄にしてもらったお返しとして死後は使い魔として使役されるのか。じゃあセイバーが英霊になった交換条件が
The Holy Grail. As Saber obtained the Holy Grail in her life, she became a heroic spirit after she died as a price. No, she never obtained the Holy Grail. That's the point.
それこそおかしい。セイバーは聖杯が目的だって言ったけど、それはとっくに手に入れてるはずだ。セイバーは聖杯と引き換えに英雄になったんだから。
No, she never obtained it. She never became a heroic spirit. But then there's something we're missing here.
いいえ、シロ。私はまだ聖杯を手にしてはいないのです。
Yeah, that's where the contradiction exists.
アルトリア。アーサー王の望みは生きているうちに聖杯を手に入れることだった。私は死ぬ前に聖杯を手に入れなければならなかった。
And you didn't.
そのためにもし聖杯が手に入るなら死後は守護者になっても良いと条件を飲んだのです。
So what are you then if you didn't?
リンの言う通り、人間は英雄になるために世界と契約をし、人間以上の力を授かり、その代償として死後の自分を売り渡します。
But is that what you desire truly, is to become a heroic spirit to continue to help people even after death? Is that what you're fighting for in essence, because you've always fought for the betterment? Like that's all you've ever wanted to do was help people? Is that where we're going with this?
ですが私は英雄になるときに世界の後ろ盾を必要としなかった。幸いなことにアーサー王は英雄になるための支援を必要としなかったのです。
I was gonna say, a superhero, an ally of justice, because she's just like Shiro. She didn't need support to become a hero. So Saber became a hero by her own powers.
けどあなたは英霊としてここにいる。
Where's the twist?
アーサー王は英雄になった後で世界に違う交換条件を求めたってこと？
The only thing I could think of that lines up is that she never died. She's been alive this entire time. She's alive right now as we talk to her. But if that's the case, what the fuck? We would still need explanations of other things then, if that was the case. That doesn't make sense.
はい。私は最後の時にどうしても聖杯が必要になった。聖杯がなければ我慢できなかった。叶えなくてはいけない願いができてしまった。
Her wish itself is obtaining the Holy Grail. That's like the weird contradiction here. She never did obtain the Holy Grail, and thus all she truly desired was obtaining the Holy Grail. So in a sense, all she wants to do is win the Holy Grail War as well. It's just it's in a different sense than Iliasville or Tosaka.
だから英霊の契約をしたのです。私の手に聖杯が握られるなら死後は英霊となってあらゆるもののために剣を取ろうと。
It's very ironic how that works. In her last moment, she wished for the Holy Grail's miracle. I understand how she feels. That bloody hill, a grave of many swords and the many corpses of knights. A lone king whose reign ended in betrayal. Her last moment was too unfair. Even if she had no wish of her own before then, she must have thought that I can't die here. I didn't want an end like this. So, if she wishes to prolong her life, she shouldn't be embarrassed about it. That's not what she's wishing for, though. Are you not listening to her, Shiro?
そう。つまり死後の自分を売り払ってまで聖杯を手に入れられる手段を取ったのね。けどセイバー、あなたの出した条件っていうのは生きているうちに聖杯を手に入れるでしょ？なら
Now we're getting to the point that I was making.
はい。私が生きているうちに聖杯探索は成し得なかった。私はアーサー王は最後まで聖杯を手に入れることができなかったのです。
Yep.
ですが、それでは契約が成り立ちません。世界が私をサーバントにするには、アーサー王が生きているうちに聖杯を与えねばならない。ですから、
アーサー王は聖杯を手に入れるまで死なない。いいえ、死ぬことができない。
That's Excalibur.
それじゃあなた
Still alive.
はい。アーサー王と呼ばれていた私は死を迎える一瞬で止まっているはずです。
What does that mean? She's been like Does that mean that she's been like transported from the moment of death to other times?
時間軸から見れば私はとうに滅びているでしょう。ですがそれでは契約が果たせない。
Oh no, it's even more fuckery than I thought. Jesus Christ, that's so fate, right? It's fate. So the timeline is like in a state of flux because it just doesn't make sense.
アーサー王は死の直前でサーバントとして召喚され、聖杯を手に入れた後、死ななければならないのです。
So at the moment of death, she's summoned from her moment of death to this time. Then I am reading it right.
時間が止まってるんじゃなくて、時間に止まってる状態か。
Huh.
あなたがサーバントとして何度戦いを繰り返しても構わない。最終的には聖杯を手に入れて契約を果たすことは決まっているんだから、So
until she wins the Holy Grail War, this is gonna keep happening.
そうです。いつかは聖杯を手に入れ、私は契約を果たす。だからこそ、英霊になる前から、いずれ英霊化が決定しているという条件で、あらゆる時代に召喚される。
Because it's a guarantee that at some point I'm going to become a servant. Because at some point I am going to obtain the Holy Grail. And until then, she's cursed to just endlessly search for the Holy Grail and fight for the Holy Grail in these battles. That's so wild. Wow.
それはこの町の聖杯だけではありません。聖杯が手に入る可能性があるならば、私はどの戦場にも召喚される。
Oh God.
そうしていつかは聖杯を手に入れ、私の望みを叶えた時こそ、死の直前で止まっていた私の時間は進みます。
That's horrifying.
アーサー王は最後の時を迎え、聖杯を手に入れた代償として、こうして英霊となるのでしょう。
Wow, what a shitty fucking curse. I mean, that's what that is. That's nothing short of a curse. That's just awful.
死の直前で覚めない夢を見ているようなものか。
Huh.
今回の聖杯戦争もセイバーにとっては夢の一つ。そして夢から覚めるのは聖杯を手に入れた時だけ。
Wow. That's... I was not expecting anything that fucking wild. Jesus Christ. That's... I mean, what is there even to say about this? What the fuck?
リンはシローが未熟だから私を霊体化できないと言いましたね。けれどそれは違う。私は未だ死者ではないから霊体にはなれないのです。
That makes sense.
半端な扱いですが、これでも位置づけは聖者ですから。前回の聖杯戦争でも私はそうだった。
Nice. Saber says so as if she's apologizing. I guess because she was lying about being stuck in physical form because I was inexperienced. Holy shit, that's insane. That is so wild. Wow, I'm like kind of taken aback again. This happened earlier when I was recording something else. I don't really care about that. There's something more important that I have to ask her.
セイバー、未だ死者じゃないってどういうことだ？聖杯を手に入れるまで死なないってのは分かった。
I do want a little more explanation on this, a little more clarification, because it's very, like...
話の流れから言って、アーサー王の時代からずっと生き続けてるわけじゃないってのも分かる。
Yes and no.
けど、そうでなかったら、今のセイバーは何なんだ？本体の分身ってわけでもないんだろ
う。はい。こちらに呼び出される英霊というのは、すべて本体の分身のようなものですが、私、聖杯を手に入れるまでは、死の直前に止まったままで呼び出されている。リンの言った通り、アーサー王は時間という大河の上で停止している。
Wow.
私はその位置から前か後ろかに飛んで聖杯を求めた後、止まっている場所に戻っているのでしょう。
And then you finally... So, Oh, he's gonna be sick because what he's gonna realize pretty soon in a few minutes is that, in essence, she's fighting for the right to die. And even though, of course, she would become a heroic spirit, and so she would still have work to do even after that, but in essence, she is fighting to die. Oh my god! Oh, wow. They're actually explaining it. So we have the time axis here. So I assume... So right before Arthur dies and is just summoned to all these different points in history before they can finally go to that point with the Holy Grail. That's so interesting. That's wild. I'm actually... Like, I understood this conceptually, but it's just that the idea of that is really unique, right? And they imply that, so you see the summon, that could be 10 years ago or some other instance. You have the Shiro one, and then you have the, you know, the other one, whatever. It's all the different times that, you know, all that's going on, and that's crazy. I draw a diagram in my head. I see. It's pretty simple once I visualize it. King Arthur is stopped at the moment before death. The flow of time doesn't care that she's stopped. It keeps flowing and we're at the present. She jumps to each time as needed and returns to her own time after completing her duty. If she obtains the Holy Grail in one of the times she visits, her time will flow again and she will die, just like the history we know today. And then she becomes a heroic spirit, yeah. And that ends the constant loop. Then heroic spirits must exist like this. When they die, they are transferred to a place like a warehouse where time doesn't flow. And they are summoned into various ages and disappear without returning. So that must be what they mean by heroic spirits being a copy. It's like a clone made from their DNA. The heroic spirit that has complete abilities and memories of when it was alive will appear in this world and learn many things, but it is useless. They have no way to return to the main body, but merely disappear. So no matter how many times they are summoned into the same age, there will be no inconsistencies in their memories. I assume the ones that became heroic spirits will not change anymore. Even if they obtain new knowledge, the self that learns it will just disappear once the duty is complete, which is different from Saber, who is still, in essence, who is still alive. She's still a real person. In that regard, Saber isn't a complete servant. Because Saber returns to her own time even after she is summoned. Yeah, she returns to where she came from. Yeah, it's a cycle until she finally gets the Holy Grail and closes the loop to the self that is about to die on that bloody hill. That's crazy.
ちょっと待った。じゃあ何？今回聖杯を手に入れたら元の時代に戻ってその時代で聖杯を使うってこと？それって過去の改ざんじゃない。時間旅行にしても平行世界の運営にしてもそれは魔法の領域よ。そんなのできるわけがないわ。
Yeah, hitting that maho word, which is funny because it's magic and like this is just the translation, but for the sake of this translation, I'll just refer to it as sorcery. Yeah, that gets into stuff that just completely fucks up everything, and we just get into like crazy nonsense when you start talking about time travel and management of parallel universes and altering the past. Like, Jesus Christ.
それを可能とするのが聖杯でしょ。
But yes, that's also true.
そうして聖杯さえ使えるのならば、私はサーバントとなってもいいと契約
That's
したのです。
insane to think about too.
聖杯を使うことで。アルトリアという人物が消え去ろうとも今の私が英霊となることを代償として
Holy shit. Saber talks without much interest. But that's strange. Making a wish come true using the Holy Grail, that's fine. But why did she say Arturia would disappear as a result?
なんだよそれ。聖杯を使うことでアルトリアが消える。セイバー、お前は自分を。
That girl about to die quietly, alone on that hill.
自分を救うために聖杯を使うんじゃないのかよ。
No. Of course not. You know her better than that, Shiro. She's just like you. I don't know how many times I have to say it.
なぜそのようなことを言うのです、シロ。私の望みは国を滅びから救うことだけなのですが。
Yep, her one regret. I can sense that my face is frozen. I should already have realized this, but my mind is spacing out and I feel like throwing up. It's a selfless wish. And all he wanted was for her to be selfish that one time. I'm really curious where this is going to go, to be honest. This is great.
なんて。
Now we're playing this theme. But still, I forced my question out.
なぜも何もないでしょう。私は国を守れなかった。国を守るために王となったのに、その責務を果たせなかった。その時に思ったのです。岩の剣は間違えて私を選んでしまったのではないかと。
That's stupid. Why?
いいえ、その迷いは常に私の中にありました。
I think that's a big reason why the sword chose you.
私は王にふさわしくないのではないか。
Yep.
本当に選ばれるべき英雄は他にいたのではないのかと。あの時、政権を抜いてしまった時、国を救えなかった私より国を救えたはずのふさわしい王がいたはずです。だからもし聖杯の力で王の政権をやり直すことができるなら、
She really wants to delete
その時に戻ればきっと。
Arturia from the history books. Then what? Does she mean to say that her country would not have been destroyed if she returned to that time? Bro, she essentially wants to delete her existence. Like in a not in a literal sense, but in like I mean, again, that's wow. She really is selfless. Holy shit. That's crazy. I feel faint. I'm quickly surpassing mere anger that Saber would seriously wish for such a thing. I guess I'm dumbfounded right now. It's only natural. Saber's wish is not for herself. And on top of that, it means her elimination. The girl in front of me exists because that holy sword was there, and because a king pulled it out. Preventing that would mean that the girl in front of me would not exist. And Shiro cannot accept that. There is no universe, no timeline where Shiro will willingly accept that. That I know for certain. Let's say she grants her wish using the Holy Grail. The girl Arturia, never becoming king, would live out her days as a knight. But what about the Saber in front of me? As she is a heroic spirit, she will continue to be summoned to fight after her wish is granted. Since she paid a price to obtain the Holy Grail, Saber will continue to be, even if Arturia doesn't become king. Taken away from the future and from the past, she will forever be the lonely king dying on that hill. Oh, it's so good! Oh, it's a fucking mindfuck, but it's good. That's a fate. That's a fate you wouldn't wish on your worst enemy. I can't allow that. There's no salvation there. Even if she did redo everything, and there really is a more appropriate king, and her country lasts longer as a result, and even if she is saved, it's a lie. Even if everyone around her becomes happy, the 10 years she fought can't just disappear.
違う。そんなことはできない。やり直しなんてできないし、しても意味はないんだ。セイ
シロ。
そんなことに聖杯を使うな。聖杯はセイバーが戦って手に入れるんだろ。ならセイバーは自分のためにその奇跡を使うべきだ。
It means a lot coming from you, but you're the one person that can't talk because you would do something like that, Shiro. You really would.
ですから私は自分のために使うと言っているではありませんか。
And of course, she perceives that as using it for herself, that she selfishly wants to save her country.
私アルトリアは王としての責務を果たさなければ。
Bro, he's gonna fucking lose his mind. Why don't you understand?
そんなのお前はもう十分すぎるくらいに果たしてるじゃないか。セイバーはあんなにも戦ってきた。裏切られても怖がられても負けなかった。あの丘で最後まで剣から手を離さなかった。
Oh. Oh. The voice works so good. Oh, man, Shiro.
だっていうのになんで死んじまった後もお前だけがそんな誓いを守らなくちゃいけないんだ。
Because I'm a knight or because I'm a king. Either one works. Saber is astonished. It's too late to regret what I've said. I shouldn't have admitted that I see Saber's past in my dreams. Heavy silence. There are no words to give her, nor any words to reply. I can sense that anything I say will backfire in this situation. But still, I can't just stay silent.
セイバー、俺頑張ったやつが報われないのは嫌なんだ。
It's meaningless that way. And it's just too unfair. I know it's a childish ideal, but I want to believe that people will get happier the more they work for it.
他のマスターには負けない。聖杯は必ず手に入れる。だからセイバーは自分の望みを叶えてくれ。それなら俺はこの馬鹿げた戦いに初めて意味を見出せる。
Wow. That's the conclusion I've reached. I don't know what the Holy Grail is, nor if it's right to obtain it. But if Saber will be saved, even a little, I'll be able to try with all my powers. Oh, and shit just fucking went down. What the fuck? Shit just hit the fan? Are we getting attacked? What the fuck? The loud bell rings out and the house falls into darkness. Okay, apparently it's time for some action. Hey, I'm down. The surrounding air changes immediately. Even though the lights suddenly went off, nobody says a thing and tries to feel the surroundings. The loud ring stops and the living room is silent. Caster, perhaps? Certainly could be Assassin. Or it could be Lancer. The sound of light things rubbing against each other can be heard in the distance.
今の警告音、この屋敷の結界？
I nod silently. The sound is the same as when Lancer intruded. And this must be... The sounds are increasing and coming closer. A strange sound. It reminds me of bugs crawling around a light trap. Ew. This living room is the only place free of the sound. It hasn't even been a minute yet since the lights went out, but the living room is surrounded by this unknown sound.
敵か。けど、サーバントにしてはこれは。
There's too many of them. I'm a Magus too, even if I'm a bad one. I can sense that many sources of magical energy surround this place. Skimming quickly, I can at least count 20. They are strangely light. I don't feel any human will. The things making the sounds are like empty puppets. Caster, probably?
なんだ、やっぱり来たんだ。
Yeah?
今まで散々私から逃げ回ってたくせに、バーサーカーがいなくなったら飛んでくるんだもの。ほんと、現金なサーバントね。
Yeah, it's gotta be, right? It's gotta be Caster. I mean, it could be Lancer because they have implied that Lancer's master is a coward, but I feel like it's got to be Caster. Oh. Unlike the three of us who are tense, Ilya is strangely calm.
イリア、わかるのか？
当然でしょ。私にわからないサーバントなんていないわ。
Yep.
外にいるのはキャスターで、何かいっぱい引き連れてきてる。なんだ、竜の葉でくくったゴーレムみたい。
Ilya says simply, and the sound stops at the same time. I take the wooden sword I keep in the living room. Sokka and Saber seem to be waiting for me to make a move. Ooh, this is tough. I don't know. This is a hard one. There's I think there's a lot of danger to either option. I like the idea of us being around, you know, Rin and Ilya in case of some like weird mental shit, but I don't know. Man. This is actually really hard. And there's part of me that just thinks just pick the top option. That's more likely to be correct. I am actually going to go out with Saber, though. This might be a mistake. It's clear who the enemy is. The enemy's servant. If Caster is attacking with troops, there's only one thing to do.
ここにいても始まらない。セイバー、一緒に来てくれ。登坂はイリアを。
なんで？私リンのお守りなんてお断りよ。
Awesome.
そんなの私だって願い下げよう。けどあんた、シローの言うことなら聞くって言ったでしょ。そんなの知らない。セイバーなんかより私の方が役に立つ。
I doubt that. Osaka binds Ilya's arms behind her back and puts her hand over Ilya's mouth. Okay, those sounds were pretty funny. Ilya continues to throw out insults.
分かってる。イリアは私が守りきるわ。その間にあなたはキャスターを倒しなさい。
Sounds good, Rin.
頼む。けど、できるだけ無理はするなよ。敵を倒すことより逃げることを考えろ。
That's a good idea. Tosaka nods back, telling me I don't even need to say it. Turning my back on Tosaka, I hurry out to the hallway leading to the porch.
セイバー、分かっています。シロは私が。
Nodding back to Tosaka, Saber follows me. Here we go. Oh. Those are golems with demon's teeth. This is an interesting theme. In that moment, I doubt my own eyes. A sword is swung down on me. An unavoidable strike attacks me, aiming for my open head. I avoid it by twisting my body and parrying instantly with my wooden sword. I can't believe it myself. My body reacted as soon as my mind understood I was going to die. It attacks me the second time without hesitation. A smooth, mechanical movement. A wasteless, accurate attack. But that's all. It's just accurate. It's not refined or scary. The attack looks foolish compared to those of Saber, and it feels like the touch of a feather compared to Berserkers. I repel the attack with my back to the wall, and the space I retreated through. Saber's lightning strike smashes down.
シロ、無事ですか？
見ての通りだ。肝を冷やしたけど、なんとかなった。
なんとかなったではありません。このような時は私の後ろについてこなければダメです。
Yes, it's good to
今
see.
後は気をつけてください。
It's good to see Saber back in her battle attire too. That's nice. Saber scolds my carelessness. She's right, but I just didn't want to be following after her.
シロ、私の話を聞いていますか？
He is.
ちゃんと聞いてる。それよりセイバー、今のやつは。
Those were the golems. There's nothing in the hallway. The strange thing that was blown away by Saber's attack has vanished like an illusion.
今のはイリアスフィールの言っていた通り、魔物の体を触媒にしてかたどった兵士です。オートマタというよりゴーレムのようですが、質は低いですね。
Fair enough. They made it sound like there was 20 of them. Here's 5 more. Where were they hiding? No, when did they get this far in? Those things, like bad building blocks, are gathering with spider-like movements. On top of that, they aren't the only presence I feel. Many more bones are surrounding this mansion.
白、横です。
I jump away from the wall instantly. I slash at the bones sliding up on me. Good shit, Shiro. After that, Saber smashes away the bones to protect my back. Yep, Saber got the green ones. The bones move in with loose movements and all attack in the same way. It's not hard to repel them, but the house gets destroyed by every attack. No. And I only have a wooden sword. Even with the strengthening magic on it, it won't last too much longer. I don't want to think about it, but the number of these bone creatures might be infinite. We might continue this skirmish until we collapse.
どっから湧いてやがるんだこいつら。
I complain with my back to Saber. Not many bone creatures are coming for me. They must be coming from inside the house as well, but most of them are coming in from the yard. Saber is slashing away the ones coming in from there. Their goal is the living room. Silly and Tosaka are in the living room. Saber is busy dealing with the ones heading there. Saber readies her sword again. Her sword isn't invisible now. Maybe there's no need to hide it now, but the golden sword is glowing to show off its true powers.
待てセイバー、ダメだ。エクスカリバーは使うな。うちが吹っ飛ぶ分には構わない。いや構うけど、それでも周りは住宅地だ。ここでそんなものを使われたらどうなるかわかるだろう。
I yell while parrying away bones in front of me. Yeah, that would be rough.
マスターの指示ならば従いますが、これだけの数をまともに相手にするのは面倒です。一掃しなければいずれ窮地に立たされます。
分かってる。要するにあれは使い魔の類だろう。なら操り手を叩けば一網打尽だ。
いや、
キャスターの気配は探れるか。
That's the obvious play here.
探るまでもありません。キャスターは庭にいます。
Oh, can we literally see them?
気配を隠しもしないということは私たちを誘っているようですが。
構わない。誘いに乗ろう。どっちにしたってこんなことを続けてたらこっちが先に参っちまう。
Fair enough.
私は一向に構わないのですが。ではこのままキャスターを。
Sounds like a plan. Yard is right there. Caster's in the yard. It shouldn't be too hard to get there. That means losing the defense. It's fine now since Saber's here, but the defenses holding the bone creatures off will go away once Saber goes out to the yard. I should... Oh. Oh. So it feels like I made the right decision sticking with Saber. Oh, I hate this! These things aren't that tough, but she's gonna have to hold on for a while. I do believe in Tosaka, though. She's such a badass. I just have a bad feeling that if Saber gets alone with Caster, she's gonna somehow get, like, I don't know. Hypnotized, maybe? I don't even know what Caster can fucking do. Like, it's magic, right? So it's like, who fucking knows? Caster is obviously a resurrection of some magus. No, we gotta believe in Tosaka. The sound of glass breaking. I hear sounds of fighting in the living room.
シロ、シジロ、迷ってる時間はありません。
I know. Either way, we're making the situation worse by delaying the decision.
キャスターを叩く。イリアは遠坂に任せると言ったんだ。
I actually forgot to save, too, which I should have done, but it's fine.
では行きましょう。マスター、私の背中を任せます。
Yes, sir. My king. Holy shit, holy fuck. Saber runs, smashing away the swarming bone creatures. It looks like a snowplow driving through snow. The Bone Warriors vanish without even being able to approach Saber. Are they like snowfalls? Sorry, snowflakes. There's so many scattering bones, I feel like I'm in a snowstorm. She told me I'd have her back, but there's no need to protect her like this. She more than makes me realize how great a swordsman she is. Saber charges, without doubt, the foundation for all these bones, to defeat the unseen sick servant that has invaded this mansion. Saber stops. The swarming warriors cannot be seen anymore. This must be the end, as someone is standing there. A distorted figure. The figure wearing some kind of robe cannot be seen, as if only that spot is smudged in black. Holy shit. That was sick. That looks like a woman, too. Holy fuck. Interesting. Possibly, maybe a famous witch? Potentially? I think that's a woman. It looks like long hair, and she looks kind of hot. It's very hard to tell from here, but... A black shadow. I'm assaulted by an unknown unease the instant I look at it.
あなたがセイバー。なるほど。確かにこれならバーサーカーを倒し得るわね。私の増票では足止めにもならないでしょ。
She's got a hot as fuck voice. Holy shit. The figure snickers. It seems the thing in black is the master of the bone creatures, servant caster. But
マスターがいない。
I don't see any sign of a master near the figure. Is Caster the same as Lancer, the type to take action away from their master?
貴様、契約が切れているのか?
Oh! Interesting. Is interesting. Is she trying to get to Tosaka and Ilya? Is her master out of the game, but she's still trying to find a new master? Saber asks unpleasantly.
ええ。彼は私の主にふさわしくなかった。だから消えてもらったし。
Yo! Holy shit! Then that means, depending on what happens here, if Ilya and Tosaka are, we're good there, it's literally just down to Saber, Lancer, and Assassin. So in other words, and we don't know who either their masters are anyways, but yo, that's crazy. Now we'll see where this goes. We'll see. I don't know what kind of expression the black robe is making, but Caster answers in a cold voice.
マスター殺し。では、貴様のマスターは？
とっくに死んだわ。けれど問題はないのよ、セイバー。
Is she after Tosaka or Ilya? Because both of them are certainly in their own ways very suitable masters.
私たちは魂食いでしょ。魔力の供給源なんていくらでも溢れている。あとはそう、聖杯さえ手に入れてしまえば心配は何もなくなるでしょうね。
貴様も現世の復活を望むのか？どこの英霊かは知らぬが、そのためにかつての誇りを捨てたのか？
あら、人間風情に使われるのは誇りを捨てるとは言わないのかしら。
Jesus, why is every female servant besides Saber just like a fucking hot-ass dommy mommy with like an RR voice? What the fuck?
私はそれが我慢ならなかっただけよ。今も昔も誰かの手足になるのはこりごりなの。だから使う側に回っただけ。あなたに非難される言われはないわ。
I guess that kind of makes sense, especially from, of all things, a magus.
だろうな。私も貴様の非業になど興味はない。
Saber's body inclines a little. There's only about 10 meters to Caster. Saber should be able to close in on Caster in under one breath and slash Caster away.
物騒ね。せっかく話し合いに来たのに問答無用だなんて。これでも手加減はしたつもりなのですよ。
I don't like that we're talking and stalling while she could be getting to Ilya and Tosaka right now.
貴様と話すことなどない。潔くここで散れ。
What's the play here, Caster? Saber intends to kill Castor. I won't oppose. I can only smell blood on Castor. I bet what Castor said about killing her master is true. This raid was also intended to kill everyone here. There's no reason to stop Saber. First of all, Castor won't even be a match for Saber. I can sense Castor's ability. Castor is the weakest when it comes to one-on-one combat. In this situation, Castor can do nothing but fall to Saber. No, there's something...
Saber.
But I can't shake off this strange unease. This isn't like the hopeless premonition of death like with Berserker. It must be physiological hatred or an alarm against something bad. My left hand throbs as if to tell me Saber shouldn't go near that thing. I hesitated too long. Saber jumps and sprints to the black shadow. Hot, 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 hot. She looks really hot. The distorted shadow smiles. Castor doesn't seem to be panicking about the approaching Saber. Okay. Castor says something in a language I can't hear and casts something that appeals to the brain more than words. Oh boy. The world distorts in that instant. No, the density of the air changes only around Saber. The fuck? A huge impact. The ground sinks and it seems like something large came crashing down onto Saber. No, there was a murmur like a spell. Well, she is, she's literally caster, so you'd expect a really OP Magus. Spells can indeed be shortened. The easier the magic, the shorter one can reduce the spell to change this up. I wouldn't be surprised if Merlin is actually a, heroic spirit. I mean, obviously this isn't Merlin, but you get my point. We even heard his voice. What's occurring before me is a great magic. No Magus can express that in one word. Even if it is possible, they'd have to prepare a catalyst beforehand like Tosaka does. But still, Castor executed great magic with just one murmur. Castor isn't just on a different level. If that was Castor's magic, that figure is no mere Magus. Is a sorcerer.
Saber!
Saber is frozen on the spot. Her leg froze as it kicked off the ground. She is bound in space right now. No, the air surrounding her is transformed into something like clear gelatin. Even if I try to approach her, I'm pushed away by an invisible soft membrane. Yeah, it does kind of look like a membrane. It seems that this is only around Saber, but as long as her feet are not on the ground, Saber cannot move.
侮ったよね、セイバー。あなたの時代の魔術師がどれほどだったかは知らないけど、この指は寝台に生きたもの。
Interesting.
こんなマッセの魔術師たちから見れば、私の技は魔法のそれでしょう。
Interesting. So she's pretty old school. She's a lot further back than Saber then. A laugh comes from the black robe. Saber is still bound in space.
なんだ。本当にこの程度ですか、キャスター。
Yo! What the fuck? She spits those words out. And she just breaks.
そんな、私の魔術すら弾くというのか。
I mean, again, we know that Saber has, we've been over this, a magic resistance. So, yeah, that makes sense. The black robe retreats. After canceling Castor's magic in an instant, Saber dashes with lightning speed. But oh, we actually just updated our screen, too. Do we have Castor stuff? Yo. Interesting. Female, neutral evil. Strength sucks. Endurance sucks. Agility's decent. Magical energy's insane. Luck is really strong. Noble Phantasm is decent. Territory creation. Okay. And then tool creation. Immortality serum, but the result is only an imitation. Okay. High-speed divine language allows the activation of magic without connecting the magic circuit or incanting the spells. Even great magic can be activated with just a single action. It is a language from the age of God, so modern humans cannot pronounce it. That's sick. Why is there the little fucking cat shot there? I love how the like thing of the caster, that actually might be Merlin in the silhouette, you know, like the representation of the card. That's actually really cool. Dude, Assassin just looks terrifying there. I really like these shots on the left here of the like the little sketches of how like the cards, each card is represented. That's really interesting though. So anyways, I have to save. I forgot to save. Yeah, I'm actually gonna save here. So I want to go back and get a save slot for that one that I missed after some later or whatever. Oh. I mean, the game is telling me to say don't do it, Saber, but she does have A-level magic resistance. What could... I mean, it's the Noble Phantasm's the only thing to worry about. But it did throb again. He did have a throb. Saber raises her sword. She's already within striking distance. But I run to Saber as if driven by the pulse of my heart.
Nani?
Saber suddenly stops. It's not that Caster did something. Saber felt something from Caster and stopped herself.
Kisama, それは...
Holy shit, her eyes look crazy there! Saber instantly tries to dodge it, but Caster must have hidden something in the ground as hands of bone burst out of the ground and grasp Saber's feet.
予知直感まで持っているとは予想外だったけれど、これで罪ね、セイバー。
Oh, her voice is so hot. Her design is sick too. I mean, we could barely see her, but I love her outfit. I love the black and purple with a little gold. Oh. A blade emerges from Caster's black robe. What the fuck is that? Am I supposed to know what the fuck this thing is? That it looks sick as fuck, but what the fuck? I mean, it's pretty small, and it's very sick looking. But what the fuck is that thing? It's a weirdly shaped dagger. It's thin and brittle, a blade not suitable for killing. But Saber detests this blade. A caster swings it at as if this is her chance for victory. Saber must be surprised, getting her feet grabbed from the ground. She does not even repel the dagger and takes it in astonishment. I can hear Caster's voice behind me. Can't see what the robe's expression is like. All I could do was stand in front of Saber and take the blade in her place. Oh shit. We might have fucked up, but I don't know. I honestly don't know at this point. But it wasn't a good job. I didn't have enough confidence to block Caster's dagger straight on. So I figured out it would be more certain if I covered Saber and I held her in my arms as if to hide her. As a result, Caster's dagger wrenched open my back. Yikes. That thing might be like omega poisonous. I stopped myself from crying because of the pain and strengthened my grip on Saber.
Shiro.
I can't tell what words are being said beside my ear. Before I can tell her to jump away, Saber must have understood. My body moves. I wonder if the dagger is like designed to kill like certain types of people or something. Saber jumps back as if to shake off the hands coming from the ground, and I'm carried with her.
Shiro, Kizo.
Saber's voice is urgent. Even though she laid me on the ground softly, the pain in my back just increases. It's like having my back cut with scissors, then having lead driven into it. Jesus. From this pain, it feels like a cell phone is being pushed into the wound. Ew.
Shiro, しっかりしてください, Shiro!
I guess she's not panicking. The loud voice, rare for Saber, makes me rather calm.
バキャ、そんな大声出さなくても聞こえてる。こんなの痛いだけでどうってことない。
Nodding my head, I point at where Caster should be.
はい。すぐに決着をつけます。 少しの間だけ辛抱してください。
Now Saber has even more motivation to finish this thing. Saber faces Castor once again.
今のが貴様の宝具か、キャスター。
I would assume so. Saber's voice sounds threatening. The dark shadow clucks her tongue in irritation and raises the warped dagger in her hand.
ええ、見ての通り生倉で人間一人殺せないものですけどね。あなたが直感した通り、ある事柄に関してのみ万能とされる魔法の札よ。触れたくないのなら私には近寄らないことね、セイバー。
What does it do? Even though she says so, I can sense less composure in Castor than before. I love that shot, by the way, of her with her back to us. Even as powerful as Castor is, as long as she uses magic, she won't be able to hurt Saber. No matter what kind of a noble phantasm that dagger is, it won't do any good against Saber now.
お前ならあとは問題なく倒すはずだ。
I order her, gritting my teeth.
あら、それでいいの、セイバー。確かにあなたなら私を追い詰められるわ。けどその間に誰がそこの男を守るのかしらね。
That's a good threat, but also I'm still worried about what the fuck that does. I also like how both of her, like her thing, her red thing here in the outfit, and even the thing on her robe, it's almost like a beard, like some Grund wizard beard. A lot of I don't know. It's very interesting designs.
言うまでもないでしょうけど、私の魔術が通じないのはあくまであなただけ。あなたがそこの坊やから離れれば、追い詰められた私が何をするか
It's a good
予
point.
想がつくのではなくて。
Did we make a mistake coming out here after all?
貴様。
Saber says from the bottom of her lungs. Sound of the bones and fuck. They surround us. I made a mistake. Even if I could save Saber, it's pointless if I'm hurt like this. I'll only be a burden like this. If it was just Saber, Castor wouldn't even be a match for her.
話し合いに来たと言ったな、キャスター。
セイバ。
マスターは黙っていてください。今はこれが正しい選択です。
Alright. Saber lowers her sword. I hear Castor laugh amidst the surrounding sounds of bones.
話を聞こう、キャスター。条件によっては見逃してやってもいい。
正気？あなたたちの命は私が握っているのですよ。
I love her. I'm really liking Castor so far. The last thing I needed was another hot girl. Oh, and those lips. Oh, baby. We barely see any of her, and I'm already, like, into what we can see.
そんな強気な態度に出られると、つい握りつぶしてしまいそうだわ。
Fair enough.
間違えるな。貴様が握っているのは私ではなく、私のマスターの命だけだ。
Bro, she's out here like, I'm just gonna make a contract with Rin if you kill him. That would be hilarious.
だが、それを潰すというのなら、私も容赦はしない。この身が消え去る前に、我が剣のすべてをもって貴様を焼き尽くす。
Fair, though. The air freezes. Even the bones around Castor are cowed by Saber's words.
いいわ。そこの坊やには手を出さない。もともと私の目的はあなただもの。一人ぐらいマスターを見逃しても支障はないわ。
Fair enough.
初めから私が目的？
Interesting.
そうよ。バーサーカーを倒したほどの英霊を見逃す手はないわ。残るサーバントは私とあなた。それにランサーだけ。あなたを味方に引き入れれば、ランサーなど敵ではないもの。
残り3人。では、アサシンはすでに倒されたのか？
Interesting.
さあ、もういないのだから倒されたのでしょう。主も守れないサーバントは 消えて当然よ。
Interesting. So when we noticed that they stopped gathering energy at the temple or whatever, Assassin's master died. That's ironic. Someone assassinated Assassin's master. Assassin was beaten? Then the master at Ryoto Temple is no more? I didn't even know his identity, but that means another master has disappeared, assuming it's a guy, but sure. The only remaining servants are Saber, Caster, and Lancer, who has not shown himself since that first night.
くだらない無駄話はそこまでよ。私が欲しいのはあなたのその宝具だけ。マスターを殺されたくなければ、おとなしくその剣を渡しなさい。
That's a crazy thing to ask for.
それこそ無意味な。この剣を扱えるのは私だけだ。
She wants it so that you can't use it on her.
宝具はその持ち主でなければ使えないと、英霊ならば分かっていよう。
Unless this has something to do with her crazy casting magic.
ああ、そうだったわね。けどそれならあなたごといただくまでの話よ、セイバー。
Hot! Can you please obtain me as well, mommy?
どんなに優れた騎士でも捕らえてしまえばどうとでも懐柔できるし、何よりあなたは私の好みですからね。
I am here for this, honestly.
しつけるのは楽しそうだわ。
Hot. Caster sounds really delighted, as am I. My lacerated consciousness boils up. I kick the pain in the back aside and get up. Can't let Saber fall under Caster's control just because of me. I decided to protect Saber, so I can't stay down with this kind of a wound. Take the wooden sword in my hand and swing at the bone creatures surrounding me.
いけない、シロ。
Saber's voice sounds urgent.
そう。自殺したいのなら止めはしないわ。
Holy shit. Caster sounds delighted. Yeah, that's a terrifying thing.
Oh, if you want to commit suicide, I won't stop you.
The sound of many bones hitting against each other, as if to nullify all of those sounds. What the? What the fuck was that? All the bone creatures are swept away instantly by a heavy rain of arrows. I stand there, dumbfounded. The arrows that showered down like rain have disappeared, as if they were an illusion. But it cannot be an illusion. The swarming bone creatures do not exist anymore.
誰だ?
Caster looks up. Saber must have already noticed this guy. Saber is looking up at the thing on top of the wall with surprise. The fuck? This guy! Wait a minute, 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 wait a minute. I have a guess. Because this is... I think I know. I could be wrong. I think I know which servant this is. This is gonna sound crazy when I say it. I think this is Saber. If you think about the... Dude, this music's awesome. If you think about the context of... If you think about the context of the Holy Grail War, and you think about the context of Arturia's circumstances, she's kind of like a cheat. So, does she fully register as a proper Saber? And I remember near the beginning of the game, they did tease. If this is who I think it is, then the Master is almost certainly a certain girl whose brother already died. I think that's what this is, right? Who the fuck is this? That's the only person it could be. And all of the... This music's epic, right? But like all of the, yeah, everyone's taken. Oh, that picture's sick. But everyone's gone. Honestly, this guy almost looks like a girl, too, which is kind of funny. He's just really pretty. There's someone unexpected there. The man with his back to the moon is golden. And, like, that armor just screams night, right? The man clad in gold looking down at the yard with a cruel smile. She must have instinctively realized that he has destroyed her troops as Castor raises her voice, and he has some sort of, like, magic arrows. Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Arrows?! Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Arrows. No. No, it's definitely the guy from the beginning with Sakura. I think. I mean, I just arrows kind of freaked me out for a second there. I mean, he could, to be fair, he could be an archer, but this man doesn't answer. No, he hasn't even taken notice of Castor. He is only looking at one person, Saber, the silver knight beside me. Lancelot? Castor's voice sounds emotional. And with that, the man finally looks at Castor. Castor gasps, stared at by those red eyes. The man's stare is so cold. That thing isn't treating Castor as human. I'm just throwing out a name here. It's gonna be someone. I mean, if it's it's a total shot in the dark, honestly, Lancelot. But I'm just thinking some connection to Arturia. Even I can tell from here. It's only natural for Castor, the target of that stare, to be terrified by that pressure. She asks in a trembling voice. She must know she'll be swallowed if she doesn't do so. But... Holy shit! The man answers with a verdict of death. Bro. A snap. What the fuck is this guy? When I realize the sound is of his fingers snapping, the tragedy has already begun. Yo, what the fuck? Many weapons suddenly appear in space and shoot at Castor like a machine gun. I see swords, I see spears. There's probably lances. That doesn't give us any idea who this is. Or is this another Castor, possibly? Okay, Castor raises her arm. She's about to get murked. Concept of a shield. A film like glass is created right above Castor. She's gonna get murked. It probably has strength equaling Berserker's body. It doesn't matter. But was it useless because it was made of glass? Built like a crystal, it cannot even block one of the showering weapons and shatters into pieces. A dumbfounded voice. Without showing any concern for Castor's question, they pierce the black robe. There's no mercy at all. The robe is pierced by lances. As the robe is blown away, more lances pierce it. Lances, they're emphasizing lances, but it was arrows last time. The sword into her falling body, an arrow into the arm falling to the ground, and the axe into her pained head. Each becomes a deadly guillotine. Survival is impossible. Castor is completely cut apart and dismantled, and she now looks like a mountain of red meat. Which luckily we don't have to see, even though that would be based. Wind blows. The black robe who lost its master floats away. floating away. The shredded robe still barely keeps its form. Now, it is all that remains of what used to be Castor. What the fuck? I need to know who the fuck are you? I can't say anything. My strained mind just watches the black robe floating miserably in the wind. That was crazy! Castor just got fucked in the Fate route. I'm sure Castor's gonna play more into one of the other routes, but she just got dicked down in that instant.
無礼者。俺が失せろと言ったのだ。特自害するが礼であろう。
What the fuck is going on? The golden man roars in a voice full of contempt. Yeah, no, this has got to be someone way more crazy than my original guess. Okay, who can this be? Who could this be? I don't even know what their type is. This has got to be like... This is someone just insane. This is someone whose name I would know. They're building them up way too much. It's not an illusion. The black robe twists like a wave, grows black wings, and tries to fly away. But it's too late. I don't know what the man did. It's just that a crack ran through the night sky. The dislocation in the sky swallows the black robe. He literally ripped a hole in reality. It reminds me of someone getting run over by a steamroller. This music is insane. The black robe falls. Underneath it is Castor, unscathed. Yeah, she's doing her tricks. There. The storm of swords showers onto her. And this time she ain't dodging shit. What a scream. The scream echoes through the night. The swords multiply in response to the scream, and the scream gets louder in turn. Hot? Question mark? Castor must have regenerative powers like Saber. She cannot die even when swords are stabbed into her, so her figure is just too miserable. The rain doesn't stop. The weapons each differ in shape, and none of them are the same. And I don't want to admit it, but each one of those weapons equals the noble phantasms of the servants. What the fuck?! It's so funny. I want to say the irony here, right? The unlimited blade works. The merciless rain of noble phantasms. Castor struggling under it is just... Oh, this is gonna be hilarious, this laugh. Here we go. Oh, I'm ready for her to just lose her mind. That was actually not as dramatic as I thought it would be. I respect it, though. It was good. And that ends it. With a black mist hiding Castor, the servant disappears. The infinite cycle of torture that I thought would last forever lasted only about 10 seconds in reality. That had to be Unlimited Blade Works. I've been assuming this whole time, though, that was Archer. What the fuck is going on? Is this Archer? I'm back? What the fuck is happening? We never learned his true name. What the fuck? I mean, we're not gonna ever learn her true name in this arc, but like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Saber stares at the Golden Knight standing on top of the wall. It can't be.
魔術師風情が騎士王を捕らえるなどと口にするのも大罪よ。あれは王である俺のものだ。王の宝に手を出す輩にはかような串刺しが似合っていよう。
It's rightly mine as I am the king. Such a skewering befits a fool pursuing the king's treasure. It's rightfully mine as I am the king. The King of Knights is rightfully mine as I am the king.
さて久しいなセーバー覚えているか俺が下した決定を
So was this guy in Fate Zero, maybe? So maybe we'll meet him again in Fate Zero in like 20 million years when we get to that. What the fuck is going on? Who the fuck are you? The man says in an intimate manner. Saber doesn't answer. Are you even a servant? Because, yeah, I mean, all the servants should be accounted for, so I don't know what the fuck is going on. But her glare is different from before.
なんだその顔は未だ覚悟ができていないというのかあれから10年だ
10 years, Fate Zero, yep.
すでに心を決めても良い頃だがああもっともそれは俺だけの話なのかお前にとってはつい先日の話であった
Are you alive? I'm so confused.
まったく男を待たせるとはたわけた女だ
Don't even know what to say to that. The man laughs happily. Is it like a wedding proposal? What the fuck is this? My chest is hurting. Partly from seeing that tragedy. But more than that, I feel sick when that man looks down on Saber with such a ridiculous expression. Dude, this music is so hot, but I need to, like... The game is trolling me right now.
まだ雑種が残っていたか
Oh god! Oh god! Not Rin and Ilya! Commenting unhappily, the man turns to the mansion. They're on the porch in front of the living room are Ilya and Tosaka.
何あれ
Ilya's looking up at the man as if she's seen a ghost. Straining her eyes, she shakes her head saying it's impossible!
嘘あなた
たわけ見てわからぬかこの実はお前がよく知る英霊の一人であろう
No. I haven't considered this possibility either. Oh, there's so many possibilities, actually. It's kind of weird. Like, now I'm talking myself into it. There's no way it's Lancer, even though he's got... Actually, kind of looks a little like him, but like... Yeah, it could... Heracles, actually, from a power perspective, actually makes sense. Huh. Ilya jumps off the porch and glares at the man.
知らない私あなたなんて知らない私が知らないサーバントなんて存在しちゃいけないんだから
Like, the plot twist is coming, and I just don't know which one they're going with. Is it an eighth servant somehow? Is it fucking somehow Archer? Is it somehow... I mean, that doesn't seem to make any sense. Is it somehow Berserker? Heracles, I should say. Like, what the fuck is going on? I have no idea who this fucker is. I called a restrainer, comes too late. We're gonna watch her get murked. The cluster of magical energy Ilya releases shoots straight for that man. A clanging sound. The man didn't do anything. A mirror-like shield appeared in front of him and reflected Ilya's magical energy shot. That tracks with possibly Heracles. As she fired the magical energy in anger, there's no way she can react to it. Ilya stands dumbfounded before the magical energy she fired. But Rin somehow saved her.
聞いた
She is barely saved by Tosaka, who instantly blocked it.
なるほど今回はまた変わり種だな
Hybrid.
前回の鉄を踏まぬよう 少しは工夫したということか。
What the fuck is this, like, weirdly coded fucking language that you're implying weird things about 10 years ago, possibly, and also now, and like, my brain's exploding right now. The man looks at Ilya. A cold stare like the one directed at Saber. A stare prizing a possession.
やだやだやだやだやだ私はあなたなんて嫌いなんだから
I can't believe I'm saying this, but shut the fuck up, Ilya. Ilya still glares at the man pinned by Tosaka.
貴様の事情なぞ知らん。いいから早く開け。
Open it.
そら、せっかくの5人目なのだからな。
Open it quickly, you are the 5th one. The man speaks plainly. What kind of effect does it have? Ilya shakes violently and faints. That's it. That's all that'll happen. All Tosaka and I can do is look up at that man. We both understand. He isn't looking at us. We would just share Castor's fate if we raised our voices. But Saber is different. She is staring at the Gold Knight in a different kind of silence.
なぜあなたが見解しているのです、アーチャー。
Archer! Same Archer or different Archer? I mean, he's got totally different, like his skin color different. I'm gonna assume different Archer, but I don't know. Saber tries to control her voice. Tosaka and I can only be shocked by her words.
なぜも何もなかろう。聖杯は俺のものだ。自らの持ち物を取りに来て何が悪い？
Who the fuck could this be if it's an Archer? That doesn't... like, the way she said it, she's making it sound like it's the same Archer. Rin's Archer. But... I don't know what's going on.
あなたはそのような英雄ではない。
I'm assuming it's a different Archer. Though.
やめておけ。その先を口にしては戦わざるを得なくなるぞ、騎士王よ。い
His
や、
identity.
もとよりそのつもりであったが、今日がそがれた。再会を祝すにしては、ここはみすぼらしすぎるからな。
These two must have had an epic fight in Fate Zero that probably had to do with why everything went burnt to fucking ashes in that park. And just basically turned the fucking whole fucking town got fucked up. Saying so, the man turns away and we don't get to find out who the fuck this motherfucker is, other than Archer. He turns his back as if saying he has no interest in us.
いずれ会うぞ、セイバー。あの時から俺の決定は変わらぬ。次に出向くまでに心を決めておくがいい。
I hate how, like, vague this is. They're trolling us right now. The man disappears. With that, the tension in the air vanishes and the yard returns to its usual silence. I don't know what I was expecting. I was not expecting Castor to die in this episode. And I was damn sure not expecting the fucking golden fucking god to show up. Whoever the fuck this Archer is. But that's the only thing that returned. So I was thinking that this was that fucker that... If you remember, near the beginning of the game, I think it was in the prologue, I think this is something Rin saw. And it was the guy that was talking to Sakura. And I was thinking maybe this is somehow him. But I'm assuming it's something else. Because I've been wondering, like... She's a character I'm still really curious about, like, her role in this story. She's had almost no role in this arc, which is kind of... I originally thought she was going to be... Like, I thought, like, is she important, is she not? And then I kind of leaned towards, yeah, I think she is really important. And then she's had basically no role in this arc. So I was kind of thinking, like, is this a Sakura thing? I don't think that anymore. It seems like this guy's operating under completely on his own, completely without any assistance, similar to what Castor was doing there. I don't know what the fuck's going on, to be completely honest. This shit's wild. Anyways, my home is ruined and Ilya's unconscious. Saber keeping her back to us still bears that heavy silence. Holy shit. Second archer. What the fuck? Strength B, Endurance C, Agility C, Magical Energy B, Luck A. Holy shit. Noble Phantasm EX? Excuse me? It's just off the charts? Okay. Magic Resistance E. Okay, so not actually crazy magic resistance and independent action A+, which... So, he has better... He actually has worse magic resistance than the archer we knew. And he has stronger... He has a stronger independent action. His was 2 days. Archer's is just straight up... This archer just straight up can exist without a master. Which I guess makes sense, given... Okay, that explains that. Charisma A+. Noble Phantasm is EX. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the actual fuck? What the fuck is going on, guys? What the actual fuck is going on? What the fuck? Were these... Why did these all just get at... Were these all supposed to be... Fuck? Yeah, they're all question mark. Yeah, this, you know, assassin and then, yeah, rider and berserker. Okay, what the fuck is going on here? What the fuck? Why does he... So he just has, like... He can just rain down noble phantasms. Just for the fuck of it. What the fuck? Like, yeah. This is Roland. Yeah, Durandal is Roland's sword. I'm gonna read all of these, but, like, these are all... Yeah, like, what the fuck? These are all really famous weapons. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I don't recognize Dainslife, or however the fuck it's pronounced. Poltengeki, yeah. What the fuck is happening? Okay, we gotta read all of these. It's like, yeah, these have, okay. Durandal, a holy sword favored by Roland, the paladin of Middle-Age Europe. The king. Charlemagne, I know that's not pronounced correctly. I know the name, but I actually don't know the pronunciation. Was granted the sword by an angel and awarded it to Roland, the honored leader of the 12 Knights. It holds 3 miracles and does not lose its sharpness even when its possessor's magical energy is depleted. Like Caliburn, is a symbol of power splendidly made. Herpy, a monster-killing holy sword used by Perseus, the famous hero in Greek mythology. Herpy itself is not an outstanding sword, but as its greatest characteristic, it possesses the ability of refraction of prolonged life. This is a divine skill that nullifies the special abilities of immortals. That makes sense. And it is said that wounds made by Herpy cannot be killed. Treatment in accordance with the laws of nature is still possible. It was used to kill the youngest of the 3 immortal sisters, Medusa. Vajra, one of the divine symbols of Indra, god of lightning from ancient Indian mythology. Indra was originally a phenomenon introduced by the Aryans, and Vajra is officially called Vija. I don't know if that's pronounced correctly. But when he was renamed to Taishakuten, as the age turned to Buddhism, his divine symbol also changed its name. It is a single-shot Noble Phantasm, and its damage is about B+. It is a simple weapon that does fixed damage regardless of the possessor's magical energy. Also, Vajra is a weapon that Buddhist gods possess. Dane Slife, probably Slife, a demonic sword from the Nibelungen. I don't even fucking know what that is. That sounds maybe Norse or like something up there somewhere. A cursed noble phantasm that brings ruin to its possessor. It is a demonic sword handed down through the family that killed the Northern European hero Sigurd, and it is a noble phantasm originally possessed by the dragon Fafnir. Oh, I was not aware of that. It has a strong curse of revenge, but it also guides its possessor to ruin. Demonic swords and holy swords contain both glory and ruin, but this noble phantasm only brings ruin to its possessor. And then Hotengeki. This is a one-of-a-kind halberd, a weapon passed down the Chinese culture. A halberd is a polearm used to thrust and strike and has many usages. Although it was a weapon that could be used by anyone, it died out as time passed until it was revived in the Sung period as the Hotengeki. It has many uses, such as thrusting, swiping, pulling, and parrying, but on the other hand, it is said that a great deal of skill is needed to handle this weapon. The crescent moon-shaped blade is called the crescent blade, and we call weapons with only one of these blades Tsuryugeki. Out of many halberds, only this halberd was promoted to the rank of noble phantasm, probably because it was used by a famous military commander. What the literal fuck is happening? So he has French weapon, he's got a French sword, he's got a Greek mythology sword, he's got a fucking Indian thing, he's got like a Norse-ish, like a fucking Northern European thing, and then he's got a Chinese thing. He's got a Chinese halberd. What the fuck? Is he like a... Is the gimmick that he's like a killer? Does he like take people's... Does he take people's... Does he take people's... noble phantasms? Does he have like the ability to like steal noble phantasms, or like what the fuck? What the fuck? What is wrong with the archers in this fucking series? What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't even know what to say, guys. I'm like, I'm at a loss for words right now. That was amazing. That scene was amazing, but I'm still just like, what the fuck? I'm gonna finish this night off before we cut, but I'm still just at a loss for words as to what the fuck just happened. I lay a futon down in the living room and place Ilya on it. Even though she's unconscious, Ilya's face looks calm, and there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with her.
ほら、よそ見しない。包帯がずれるじゃない。
She hits my back, Kek.
父さんが、お前怪我人になんてことしやがるんだ。
I don't know why you expect anything different from Rin, to be honest.
うるさい。人がせっかく手当てしてあげてるんだから、少しはおとなしくしてなさいっての。ほら、右手あげて。もう必要ないとは思うけど、一応こっちにも薬塗っとくから。
冷たいってそれ。
触覚があるってことは平気な証拠よ。はい、次包帯ね。
She skillfully wraps the bandage around my right shoulder. It's past 10. After returning to the living room, Tosaka started to treat my wounds. She started, but the wounds have mostly already healed, so all that's left is to treat them just for show.
はい、おしまい。にしても、ほんとデタラメな体ね。それだけの治癒能力を持ってるのは吸血鬼ぐらいなものよ。
I know, right?
あなた、本当に人間？
It's a good question. I think she asked me something similar a while ago.
あのな、俺はまっとうな人間だよ。俺だってどうしてこんななのか知らないんだから、聞かれたってわかるもんか。
冗談。まっとうな人間が脊髄切られてピンシャンしてるかっていうのよ。
Good lord. I can't believe I actually seemingly made the right decisions in that battle, though.
便利だからあえて追求しなかったけど、 いい加減不気味になってきたわ。もしかしてあんた首を切られない限り死なない土地の出だったりしない？
Based? Question mark? What the fuck? Did that give her an idea? The worst part is Tosaka is seriously considering that. She might come after my neck one day with an axe in hand.
ね、セイバーだってそう思うでしょ？原因はセイバーだとは思うんだけど、それにしたって不死身すぎるっていうか。
Saber's got other things in mind.
シローの治癒能力はシローのものではないのですか？
そんなわけないじゃない。強化の一つ覚えのシローがそんな高等技術をマスターしてると思う？
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense, does it?
こいつのデタラメぶりは間違いなくあなたとつながってるからよ。セイバーの自己回復能力がそのままシローに流れてるんじゃない？
Until it's revealed that it's something completely different.
そうなのでしょうか。今までそのようなつながりは感じませんでしたが、それならば今も私の魔力はシローに流れていなければおかしいですし、第一、私の自然治癒はシローほど強くはあります。
It almost feels like his healing power is getting stronger too, if anything. They just...
セイバー？どうしたの？いきなり青ざめた顔しちゃって。
She just realized that that shouldn't be possible. What the fuck? Are we about to get another... Is something else gonna fucking crazy reveal gonna happen? Saber is staring into space as if she can't hear Tosaka. This story is just gonna start popping off like crazy, isn't it?
まさか、そんなはずは。
The fuck? Shaking her head, Saber looks away. Did she figure something out? Tosaka and I look at each other. Saber's acting strange. Now I know why. Saber's spirit has been low since that golden knight appeared. There's a lot going on, yes. Archer number 2.
シローのことは保留にしておきましょう。
I'll just call him Archer 2 for now. Who the fuck? I mean, he referred to himself as the king, so I'd imagine he's one of the most famous kings in the history of the world. I mean, I could just start running through the list, but I don't know if any of them... I don't know.
それよりセイバー、あなたさっきのやつと顔見知りだったの？
Yeah, that's
あの
hot,
金ピ
kind
カ、
of.
セイバーが自分のものだとか言ってたけど。
I mean, he was very pretty. Yeah, she's not gonna tell us. Saber doesn't answer. It's obviously something she doesn't want to talk about. But I still want to know. Ozaka's question is mine as well.
セイバー、知っているなら教えてくれ。さっきのあいつは何だったんだ？セイバーはあいつのことをアーチャーと言っていただろう。
はい、認めたくはありませんが、私は彼を知っています。ですがそれはありえない。サーバントは7人だけです。彼が召喚されるはずがない。
So he was summoned in the last Holy Grail War, never disappeared, because he can act autonomously and still exists 10 years later. He's just continued to exist this whole time.
サーバント？やっぱりあいつサーバントなのか？
No, that's obvious. But in that case, there's a big problem.
彼のクラスはアーチャーです。もちろんリンが契約したアーチャーとは全く別の英霊で、その能力も英雄としての気質もあまりに違いますが。
He's got like the... Somehow, we're just... These noble phantasms just keep getting crazier. I know that too. It only lasted a short while, but I was able to feel how much of a monster he was.
ちょっと待って、おかしいわよそれ。あいつがアーチャーのサーバントならそれで8人目よ。一つの期間で召喚できるサーバントは7人が限度のはずでしょ。数が減ったから補充するなんてことは絶対にない。サーバントが7人っていうのはそれが一度に呼び出せる限度数だからでしょ。なら8人目はどうしたって呼び出すって待った。セイバー、あなた前回の戦いであいつと出会ったの？
It never ended. He never disappeared. He's existed the entire time since.
その通りです、リン。前回の聖杯戦争の
Yes!
最後の一日、火の海の中で私は彼と戦った。
That was the fucking like final battle or whatever that burnt everything down. It was Saber versus Archer 2. My body tenses up for an instant. Saber fought him in a sea of fire. Yeah, he's gonna make the connection. Yep. It's nothing new. Kotomine already told me that the fire was caused by the Holy Grail War. So this shouldn't be a surprise. It's just I was unconsciously trying not to think about it until now that Saber was involved in it. Yeah, to that extent.
決着は？あなた、あいつをきちんと倒したの？
I mean, I assume if she beat him, she would have won the Holy Grail War.
倒してはいません。いいえ、倒すことはできなかった。なぜなら私は。
Don't cuck us, Saber. Say what you're gonna say.
逆にあいつに任された。今回とは違う。きちんと召喚されて敵なしだったあなたが勝てなかった相手ね。
Saber hangs her head and doesn't answer. It pretty much answers her question.
セイバーが勝てなかった？
Not just the imperfect Saber as she is now, but Saber with her full power? Is that even possible? If you look at her skill as a swordsman, Saber certainly is invincible. Admittedly, Saber was the weaker against Berserker, but Saber has that noble phantasm. The noble phantasms of other servants are powerful, but Saber's exceeds even them. But he seems to have infinite noble phantasms. That seems to be his noble phantasm, is summoning noble phantasms. I don't think there's any hero she can't beat using her holy sword.
それじゃあ決まりよ。あいつ、今回の戦いで呼ばれたサーバントじゃなくて、前回からそのまま残ったサーバントなんじゃない？
That never left.
そうでなければ辻褄が合わないもの。
My mind stops. It's not that I agree with Tosaka. Maybe he wished for that, or he just stuck around. She said matches what I've been hoping for since yesterday. What you want Saber to
ですが、
do.
それは。
ですがも何もないわ。それ以外に説明がつかないんだから。一度の聖杯戦争で呼び出せるのは7人だけ。それ以外のサーバントがいるとしたら、それは前回生き残った勝者だけじゃなくて？
It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. A heavy silence. Holy shit. But why is she in such a good mood?
父さん、何が嬉しいんだよ、お前。
当然じゃない。だって前例がいてくれたのよ。
There's a precedent.
あいつが何者か知らないけど、要するに前回の戦いで最後まで勝ち残ったサーバントなんでしょ？
Yes.
ならあいつは聖杯を手に入れたのよ。で、その恩恵でずっと世界に残ってる。
Well, that's the thing, right? So if we go to the status screen for Double Archer, he has this independent action A+, can act without a master. So he doesn't need a master anyways. Interesting. That's possible.
つまり聖杯さえ手に入れればサーバントを世界に留めておけるっていう見本じゃない。あいつをとっ捕まえて詳しい話を聞きたいぐらいよ。
Yeah, you're right. I don't know who he is, but he's a servant, and he's still here after the previous war. That means there's a way for Saber to stay in this world like him, which is what she wants. Not what she wants, but what he wants, what Shiro wants.
とまあ、
a wish
あ
maybe
いつが
now
何者
of
で
his.
何が目的かは不明だけど、倒すべき敵には変わりなさそうね。
Probably.
セイバー、それであいつの正体は何なの？
それがわからないのです。前回の戦いでも私は最後まで彼の正体がつかめなかった。
Interesting.
あの英雄にはシンボルとなる宝具が存在しなかった。
シンボルとなる宝具が存在しない？そんなバカな話があるもんか。宝具がないサーバントなんてサーバントじゃないだろ。
He just summons noble phantasms.
何よりあいつはさっき。
そうよ、さっき山ほど使ってたじゃない。あれだけあれば正体を探るなんて造作もないでしょ。
They're all
宝
different
具の形状
heroes.
から該当する英雄を探せばいいんだから。
では聞きますが、リンは先ほどの宝具に一つでも見覚えはありましたか？
そんなの当然じゃない。
They're gonna go over the same thing that I did. Osaka ponders. She thinks about it for a minute, but then she tilts her head in confusion.
嘘。そんなはず。
They all belong to different people.
どうしたトサカ？何が嘘なんだ？
信じられない。あの血に濡れてたのは多分ダインスレフで、鎌っぽいのはハルペイよね。なんか中華っぽいやつもあったし、お不動産のあれもあったような。
Tosaka looks crazy talking to herself. I guess this is what you call digging yourself a hole.
あれなんかセーバーの剣に似てたけど別物のはずよ。ああいう素朴なデザインは北欧っぽかったし、そういえば大抵の魔剣の原型って北欧だって話だけど。
She starts to grit her teeth.
おいトサカ。
There's no point in leaving her like that. I have to stop her now or there'll be some damage. I don't need to add that. I'll be the one damaged, of course.
トサカ、トサカ、いいから戻ってこい。
Oh my god, the toad he's using there too.
ああ、もう黙っててよシロ。あんたがちゃちゃ入れるから頭が混乱してきたじゃない。
Yeah, that's totally the reason you're getting confused there, Rin. Totally not because this guy's fucking cracked out of his mind.
いや、ちゃちゃを入れるつもりはない。あいつの宝具のことだろ。形状だけで言うなら、ダインスレフとハルペ、デュランダルに、バジュラにカラドボルグ。あとゲイボルクもあったか。
Oh. Jesus Christ, I didn't even realize,
なんか中華っぽかったのはさすがにわからないけど、有名どころはそんなものじゃなかったか？
Yeah.
それ合ってる。
Which makes no fucking sense. I'm hurt if she makes a face like that. I'm not knowledgeable, but it just popped into my head.
けどそれってどういうことよ。
Those are all different people.
そんなデタラメな数の宝具を持ってる英雄なんていないわ。いえ、そもそも出典がごちゃ混ぜでもう何が何だか。
Unless it's related to his wish.
ええ。ですから私も
Oh no, he
彼の
definitely
正体
was
はわ
like
から
that
なかった。
before too, though.
英雄の証となる宝具をあの男は湯水のように持っているのです。あまりにも数がありすぎるため、アーチャーの正体を絞り込むことはできなかった。
The two ponder. Well, there's certainly no way to tell if he has that many. It's like hiding a tree in a forest or something.
シロ、あんたなんかないの？
She glares at me. Yeah, she's definitely taking it out on me.
なんかないのってなんだよ。
だから気づいたこととか推理とか、とにかく瞬間的なひらめきよ。私たちに必要なものは意外性のある意見なの。行き詰まった事態を解決するのは偶然だけなんだから。
Sure, what was his thought? She might be right.
なるほど。お前、俺のことバカにしてるだろ。
In a sense, yes, but she's also...
失礼ね。戦力外だと思ってるだけよ。で、どうなの？
Just take a wild stab in the dark.
お手上げ。
He considered Saber his possession, which might just be a reference to the last Holy Grail War, Fate Zero, whatever, but maybe there's more to it than that? Tosaka groans in regret.
となると結論は一つね。セイバー、あいつが使ってた宝具はみんな偽物だと思わない？そうでもなければ説明がつかないでしょ？
同意見です。ですが。
Oh my god! Wait a minute. What if he has the same power? Think about how Shiro did the Shiro was able to essentially make Caliburn. What if it's Shiro, what Shiro did with Caliburn on a whole like different scale? But what if it's the same concept?
いや、あれ偽物じゃないぞ。
And you could identify they're not fakes? Or how did they arrive at that answer? First of all, he wouldn't have been able to pierce Castor with fake noble phantasms.
ふーん。エミヤ君、その根拠は？
だからあれは本物だって。むしろ他のが偽物っぽい。
は？
Interesting.
いや、あくまで直感なんだ。その、うまく説明できないんだけど、あれは全部本物だぞ。
Oh, is he saying...
ランサーの持ってるゲイボルクはもちろん本物だけど、さっきのやつが使った槍もゲイボルクの本物だと思う。
Huh. God, it's harder to explain if she makes a face like that. Is he pulling them, like, out of history or something? Like, the actual versions? I don't even know how to say it. No, forgetting that. Why did I think that? It's just that all the things he used were noble phantasms. I can feel that. Is it because I used projection against Berserker? I could tell they were real noble phantasms just by looking at them. Conception dwells in superior weapons, and something is missing from weapons that merely imitate them in shape. I realized that when I imitated Saber's sword. By that argument, I think all the noble phantasms he used were perfect.
まあ、シローの発言はとりあえず置いておいて。
Which I don't think you should.
あいつの正体がわからない以上、次は目的なんだけど。
He wants Saber, apparently. Tosaka sneaks a glance at Saber.
あいつも聖杯を狙ってるのは当然として、気になる点がもう一つあるのよね。
Yes.
セイバー、はっきり聞いていいかしら。
Does he, like, wanna do the dirty, or, like, what? Man, why does she put on that really evil smile when it comes to this kind of subject? Or is it, like, anyone who's submitted to him in the past, like, he gains their noble phantasm or something?
それはどういう意味でしょうか、リン。尋ねたいことがあるのならば、遠慮することはありませんが。
Sure.
そ
The face.
なら聞くけど、セイバーはあいつをどう思ってるの？あいつの言いぶりからすると、どうもセイバーにお熱のようだったけど。
I can't tell whether he meant it in that way or not, but I do appreciate how Rin is saying it to Saber. I'm not following Tosaka's lead, but I sneak a glance at Saber. Tosaka is saying it wrong, but it's true he was attached to Saber, yeah. No, it wasn't that nice. He saw Saber as his and only his.
彼が何を考えているかなど、私の知るところではありません。ですが、前回の戦いの折、求婚された覚えはあります。無論、剣と共に切って捨てましたが。
Yo, that's so based. Oh my god. Marriage? You mean? The Shiro reaction? What is that servant thinking?
この場合喜ぶべきか微妙だけど、それなりに悪い気はしないんじゃない？
So ridiculous.
サーバントになってからも求愛されるなんて、女冥利に尽きるってもんじゃない。
Kind of? Maybe?
そのようなことはありません。もとより私にそんな自由はない。私の目的は聖杯を手に入れることです。正直、あのようなざれ言は勘に触ります。
そう？セイバーはそうでも、あいつはかなりご執心だったじゃない。あの手のタイプはね、相手が断っても一向に答えないんだから。
You would know, Tosaka, because he's like Shinji!
セイバーも頑固だし、いっそああいうやつの方がお似合いかもよ。
I don't know about that part, but... I don't know what's so funny, but Tosaka's words are irresponsible. Dude, Tosaka's just a fucking troll. I wouldn't think too much of it. Tosaka seems to be happy to be talking about Saber about this kind of thing. Saber seems to have no interest, but
ですからそのようなことに関心はないと言っているでしょう。彼は確かに優れた英霊ですが、私とは考え方が違いすぎる。
are you trying to say that you're more into Shiro? Saber answers honestly.
へえ、だってさシロ、セイバーは私に関心がないんだって。安心した？
What the fuck, Tosaka? Why are you trolling so hard? Rin out here like, yeah, let us not forget our little session after my servant literally died, where, you know, she was into you, but let's be real. Saber liked me more.
リン、今のはシローには関係のない話だと思い
Oh,
ま
it's
す。
of a lot of concern to Shiro, trust me.
今の発言はどこかおかしい。
Very strange.
でしょうね。今のは私の出現だったわ。けど何がおかしいのかって、おかしいことがおかしいわけ。
Whatever you say, Rin. Tosaka laughs evilly. What the fuck? Both of those faces are just amazing. Her eyes seem to be laughing not only at Saber, but at me as well. It irritates me for some reason, and I stand up.
あれ？ちょっとどこ行くのよシロ。
お茶、喉が渇いたから。ついでだから人数分入れてくる。
Fair enough. I spit that out and go to the kitchen. I don't know why, but I'm irritated, so I think I'll prepare extra bitter tea for Tosaka based.
それじゃあとりあえず部屋に戻るわ。込み入った話は明日イリアが起きてからにしましょう。
Sounds like a plan. After messing a lot with Saber, she drinks the bitter tea and stands up.
ああ、さっさと寝ちまえ。間違っても戻ってくるなよ。
はいはい。それじゃああとはよろしくね。
Sounds like a plan. I don't know what's so funny, but Tosaka leaves in a good mood.
シローはどうするのです？傷が癒えたと言っても無理は禁物ですから、今夜は休むべきではないでしょうか。
ああ、そのつもりだ。けど、もう少しイリアを見ている。
Fair enough.
問題がないようだったら和室に移して、そしたら寝るよ。
Okay.
そうですか。それではそれまで私も付き添います。
Our conversation ends there. Gets really awkward once it's quiet, as Tosaka was the loud one, as per usual, to be honest. She's not Fujimura sensei loud, but she is certainly a much louder soul than any character in this game with an S name besides Shinji. The Sakura can get thrown in there along with, of course, Shiro and Saber. No, awkward isn't the right word. There are things I'm worried about and things I need to say, so my mind is impatient. Come to think of it, what I want to tell her is all in a mess. About the Holy Grail, about her still being alive. Even if she does obtain the Holy Grail, there's no salvation for the girl called Arturia. I don't even need to say why. She has no wish for herself, even now.
セイバー、さっきの話なんだが。
Our eyes meet. Her awkward eyes seem to know what I'm going to say.
はい。何でしょうか、シロ。
She tries to block my question with a calm voice. But I have to tell her.
だからさっきの話だ。遠坂も言っていたけど、聖杯を手に入れればサーバントはこっちに残れるんだろ？なら、
いいえ、私は残るつもりはありません。聖杯を手に入れれば元の私に戻るだけです。
それで王の選定をやり直すっていうのか。死にかけた自分を救わずに初めからやり直すのか。
はい。国を守るのは王の責務です。私の力が及ばなかったのですから、せめてふさわしい王を選び直さなければなりません。
Her words really make me angry.
このバカ！いい加減目を覚ませ！王の責務なんて関係ない。セイバーはこうしてここにいるんだから、あとは自分のやりたいことだけやってればいいんだ。
That's never gonna get through to her, unfortunately.
セイバーは強いんだろ。 ならさっさと戦いを終わらせて聖杯を手に入れてサーバントなんてやめればいい。願い事があるんなら昔に戻ってやり直しなんかするな。自分を変えたいんなら昔じゃなくて今から取り戻す方法を取れってんだ。
I absolutely respect what Shiro's saying here. It's very easy to I'm with him on this one, honestly. Which I haven't been a ton in this game, but I'm absolutely with him. But I understand where Saber's coming from. Saber doesn't answer. She gives a small sigh.
シロ、しつこいです。その話はもうやめてほしい。
He's not going to. She firmly rejects my opinion.
それに、聖杯があればこの時代に残れるというわけでもありません。アーチャー、あのサーバントは聖杯を手に入れたから残っているわけではない。なぜなら、前回の戦いで聖杯を得られるはずがないのですから。
Fair enough. It is just because of his A+, talent.
セイバー、それはどういう。
ないものは手に入れようがないでしょう。あの日、街が炎に包まれた時、聖杯は破壊されたのです。
So nobody got it.
私を裏切ったマスター、エミやキリツグによって。
What? What the What the fuck? So this could What the fuck? She just straight up came out and said it, and that confirms that Kiritsugu Saber was Kiritsugu. So either somehow she ended up, there was like a bunch of weird swapping going around, or so what did Tosaka's dad never did have Kiritsugu then? So what the I'm so. That does confirm it, though, without a shadow of a doubt, that Saber was Kiritsugu's servant. My vision closes in. I hold my body steady with my hands as it's about to fall. There's so much to unpack there.
はい。10年前、前回の聖杯戦争における私のマスターは彼でした。私とキリツグは最後まで勝ち残り、聖杯はキリツグの手に渡った。アーチャーとそのマスターはまだ残っていましたから、あとは彼らを倒すだけで聖杯戦争は終了するはずだった。
Wow.
ですが、キリツグは聖杯を捨てたのです。
Holy shit.
その結果、町は火に包まれました。あの男は私に命じて聖杯を破壊させた。聖杯に触れられるのはサーバントだけですから。キリツグは最後の霊樹を使って私の手で強制的に聖杯を破壊させたのです。
Interesting.
聖杯が失われてはサーバントはこの世にとどまれない。
He just wanted an end to the fighting?
キリツグも私をとどめようとは思わなかった。私の記憶はそこまでです。あのアーチャーとの決着も私を裏切ったキリツグを問いただすこともできなかった。
Interesting. That's so interesting. Well, it's not like I never thought about it. Father was a magus. If he lived in this town all his life, he must have been involved in a Holy Grail war. But still.
なんでそれを言わなかったんだ、セイバ
ー。通常、サーバントというのは以前の記憶など持ちませんし、同じ英霊がサーバントとして召喚されることもない。
She didn't want it to be relevant.
私はサーバントとしては異例です。ですから、この件に関しては口に出すべきではないと判断したのです。
It makes sense.
それにシローにはキリツグがどんなマスターだったのかを語るのは気が進まなかった。
the father he so looks up to, but in reality, I do wonder if history is going to repeat itself.
気が進まなかったってどうして？
シロ、あなたが私の過去を夢見たように、私もあなたの過去を見てしまった。
You see the way he idolized Kiritsugu.
あなたのことにも驚きましたが、キリツグの変わりようも私には信じられなかった。
Oh, I'm so curious what he was like before.
シロの記憶にいるエミやキリツグは立派な人物です。ですが、私の記憶にある彼は
Oh
そのような
man.
人物ではなかった。
God, dude, the more of this game I play, the more hyped I am for Fate Zero. That shit's gonna be so lit in like 20 million years.
一言で言ってしまえば、彼は典型的な魔術師だった。己が目的にしか興味はなく、阻むものは何であろうと排除する。
Wow.
およそ人間らしい感情など、彼には見当たらなかった。
Interesting.
私が戦いを通して話しかけられたのは3度だけです。
Holy shit. The 3
それが
times
何
he
であ
used
る
the
かは
command spells.
言うまでもないとは思いますが。
Oh my god. Literally only when he used the command spells? That's insane.
残忍というわけではなかったし、殺人鬼というわけでもなかった。
Just a true magus.
けれど、彼には情というものが存在しなかった。キリツグが私を道具として扱ったように、彼本人もまた自身を道具としてしか見ていなかった。
Interesting.
キリツグはあらゆる感情を殺し、あらゆる敵を殺した。そこまでして信じたものが何であったのかは私にはわからない。ただその目的であった聖杯を前にして彼は私に破壊を命じた。告白すればあの時ほどレイジの存在を呪ったことも、私を裏切った相手を呪ったこともありません。
I bet. There's some truth in Saber's words. No, they must all be true. Come to think of it, I don't know what Kiritsugu was like before that time 10 years ago. I couldn't guess anything about him before that time, and saw no need to learn about such things. Yeah, he was just your dad, basically. Doesn't change a thing, even if Kiritsugu was cold-hearted. The man that adopted me was really childlike. Yeah, exactly. He changed after that. So my memory is my only truth. Yeah, perception's reality, and in the end, to you, he was nothing but awesome. But what hurts my heart is, Kiritsugu was really a cold person. His last moments were just too empty. Wow.
そうか。じゃあ俺がセイバーを呼び出せたのもキリツグの息子だったからなのか？
Yeah?
わかりません。キリツグは正規の手順で私を呼び寄せました。マスターとしての適性が高かったキリツグは歴史のある魔術師の家系に雇われ、聖杯戦争に参加した。
Is there any chance it was the Matos?
マスターとしての準備はその家系が全て揃えたと言います。彼らは私の遺品をコーンウォールから発掘し、キリツグに委ねて聖杯戦争に臨ませた。キリツグはそれを触媒にして私を召喚したのです。
Is it hidden in the shed or under the shed or some bullshit? Because he did it in the shed.
ですからキリツグ本人には私を呼び寄せる因子もなければ属性が近いというわけでもありません。
So it's just
シローが私を引き寄せたのは何か別の力が働いたからでしょう。
a massive fucking coincidence. I get it. It's not too surprising that Father used to be a master. What's surprising is that his servant was King Arthur, the one standing in front of me right now. And one more thing. Saber said that the Holy Grail was destroyed. Then, isn't this war completely meaningless? It probably... In that moment, it was destroyed, but it's more, like, ephemeral than that, so...
わからないな。 聖杯がもうないってセイバーは初めから知っていたんだろう。
I think that's a misunderstanding.
どうしてこんな馬鹿げた戦いをする気になったんだよ。
It still exists.
確かに聖杯の有無は私には分かりません。けれど私が呼ばれた以上聖杯はなければおかしい。
Yeah, exactly.
忘れたのですかシロ。私は聖杯を手に入れるためにサーバントになった。逆に言えば聖杯がない場所に私は呼ばれないのです。
いやでもじゃあ聖杯ってのは壊れても治ってるものなのか。
It is the Holy Grail.
いいえ、聖杯はそう簡単に替えが利くものではない。
Or the Holy Grail,
一度壊れた聖杯が治ることなどないでしょう。
but it wasn't actually destroyed last time?
なら
ですがあるはずです。サーバントは聖杯の磁力に惹かれて現れる。聖杯がなければサーバントは現れない。
Interesting.
それはあの神父も語っていたのではありませんか。
Yeah?
神父。そうか。
Kotomine Kire, yeah. The supervisor of the Holy Grail War living at the church. That man that manages the Holy Grail must be able to answer all my questions. The end of the previous war, and he was also a participant himself. What happened to the destroyed Holy Grail and to the servant Archer? And yes, what did Kiritsugu see at the end of the battle to make him destroy the Holy Grail? Maybe he somehow knew that if Saber got her wish, it would lead to a horrible future. Like it would change the timeline in a way that if someone else ended up with the sword and the stone, that it would create a ripple effect that would just fuck everything up. Maybe. That makes sense to me. I don't know what else it could have been, but who knows? I don't even know if we'll find out in Fate Zero or if we'll find out in this game. It could be either or. I wake up alone. Even if she is recovered, Saber still has to sleep periodically. Saber went to bed right away after that, and I went to bed too to relieve Saber. That was an hour ago. It's past midnight. I'll be able to sneak out without Saber or Tosaka finding out now. Is it shed time? I bet it's shed time. Oh no, we're just going outside. I go out without making a sound. I thought about using the bicycle, but it'd be a problem if I wake them up by doing so. Guess I'll walk there. Where are we going? The fuck? There's no one around. Even if it's midnight, this silence is abnormal. The air is frozen, I can't sense life from any of the buildings. On the other hand, I feel a contradictory heat under the road as if there's a whirlpool of something black. Has something happened to the town in the few days I was held at Ilia's place? Feels like ill omens are everywhere.
気のせいじゃないよな。
I look up at the mountain in the distance. The Ryoto Temple, which is far away from the city, just looks like a black lump from here. It's just that. Seems like it's throbbing along with the night wind. Is that where we're going? No. The fuck are we going? Are we going to the Mato's house? Cross the dark river and walk to Shinto.
そうか。あれからもう10日経ってるのか。
That day. That night I first met Saber and walked on this bridge with Tosaka seems like so long ago. For me too, bro. Not just you. Me too. I see the church. Oh, he's actually going to see Kotomine Kire. I've never been to the church. Even though I told Tosaka that, I do have a connection to this church. I was supposed to be entrusted to the church and adopted somewhere later.
エミヤの家か。あの教会か。思えばとんでもない分かれ道だったんだな。
10 years ago, all the children in that hospital were orphans, and they were all temporarily entrusted to the church. I was the only one of them adopted from the hospital. That must be why. Felt kinda guilty and unconsciously avoided the church. That makes sense. That's why I told Tosaka it was my first time visiting the church on the night 11 days ago. The lights in the church are still on. I don't like that priest, but there's something I need to ask him.
さ、行くぞ。
Take a deep breath and go through the heavy doors.
琴峰神父、いるか？
I keep on walking while I call out. I can't sense anyone in the chapel. Even though the lights are on, it's so big and quiet that I feel more afraid than I would in complete darkness.
おい、誰かいないのか？
There's no reply. I can't go any farther, so maybe I should give up and go home for tonight? I instantly turn toward the sound.
エミやシローか。こんな時間に何の用だ？
Well, the sudden encounter leaves me speechless.
夜も更けた。あとは眠るだけだったのだ。その顔では懺悔の真似事でもしたかったと見えるな。
I guess that's one way to frame it. Kotomine says so and returns to the door he emerged from.
いや、待ってくれ。あんたに聞きたいことがあってきた。
そんなことは分かっている。時間外だからといって訪れたものを追い返すことなどせん。
Sure. So saying, Kotomine opens the door to the back of the chapel.
ついてこい。話といっても聖杯戦争の件だろ。そんな血生臭い話をここでするわけにもいかん。
Fair enough. Kotomine disappears in the back without waiting for my reply. Come this far, so I can't go back empty-handed. I renew my determination not to be intimidated by Kotomine and follow him.
外もすごかったけど、中も凝ってるっていうか。
Such a beautiful place. Is this a courtyard? There's a park and passageway that seems too elegant for Kotomine to live in alone.
何をしている？話をするのならこちらに来い。
The priest turns yet another corner.
くそ、本当に待ったなしなんだな。
Yeah, if you've already come here, he knows you're gonna follow. I follow him, complaining. Yes. The church is like a small maze, so I have to follow him obediently. It's a modest room made of stone. This inelegant room seems to be Kotomine's.
もてなすものの一つもないが許せ。
That is, you are a little too close, bro. Kotomine says so while sitting down. Is the faint smell of wine? He must really like it if the smell is lingering in this room.
どうした？話があるのではなかったか？そこでほうけられていても迷惑だが。
That is fair.
誰もほうけてなんかいない。この部屋が意外だったから驚いていただけで、すぐに要件を済ませて帰る。
If you say so, man.
それは何より。私も子供に付き合うほど暇ではない。質問は手短にしてもらおう。
As expected, I hate this guy. Yeah, and he unlike Archer, he's not a cool type of hate. He's just hate. It feels like he can read my mind, and I feel intimidated when I talk to him.
それで話は何だ、エミヤシロ。一応教えられることは全て教えたつもりだが。
嘘つけ。あんたは知ってたはずだ。
About Kiritsugu?
親父がセイバーのマスターだったこと。最後に聖杯を壊しちまったこと。あんたは聖杯を管理してる監督役なんだからな。
ほう。セイバー自身がそう言ったのか。
ああ。前回の聖杯戦争はそうして終わったって聞いた。
Did she lie? Priest sinks into silence as if pondering.
サーバントが前回の記憶を受け継いでいるというのは異常だ。セイバーは故障しているのか、それともあのセイバーそのものが異常なのか。
Interesting.
何にせよ通常のサーバントとは言えないな。英霊は記憶など持たない。
Yeah.
過去、 現在、未来、いかなる時代にも呼び出される連中に記憶があっては矛盾が生じる。
That makes sense.
奴らにあるものは生前の記録だけだ。死後英霊となってからの出来事は一切記憶されないはずだが。
The priest ponders as he must not assent to the fact. I see. He doesn't know that Saber isn't a complete heroic spirit yet, so he's having trouble understanding.
いや、それが違うんだ。セイバーは他のサーバントとは事情が違うらしい。
事情が違う？なるほど。わざわざ訪れた要件はそれか。いいだろう。話してみろ。
Now he's interested. I don't like his haughty attitude. Howdy. Howdy. No, his haughty attitude, but this is no time to oppose him. I don't like it, but this priest might give me some answers.
それが、セイバーは死んでないらしいんだ。あいつはまだ英霊になる契約をしていない。死の淵であいつが願ったのが聖杯を手に入れることで、その代償として英霊になることを認めたとか。だからあいつはまだ死んだわけじゃないんだ。聖杯を手に入れるまでは死なず、手に入れてしまえば完全なサーバントになるって言ってた。
Yep. He's like, what the fuck?
では、セーバーはまだ輪廻の枠にとどまっているということか。他の英霊のように時間から外れたわけではないと。
That's an interesting way to frame it, kind of.
そういうことだと思う。遠坂はセイバーは一人で時間に止まっているとも言ってた。
そうか。英霊のようにことが済めば消えるのではなく、聖杯を手に入れるまでは英霊として駆り出されるということか。だが、あれは未だ聖杯を手に入れていないため、失敗するたびに死の直前にいる自身に戻ってしまう。そうして前回の記憶を持ったまま、今回も呼び出された。
Yeah. That's so interesting. Because she's not actually dead.
わざわざ死ぬために聖杯を求めるとは、英雄というのはわからない。
I know, it is really interesting how that works out.
そうして手に入れたところで、待っているのはサーバントとして刺激されることだけだろうに。
そうだ。たとえ聖杯を手に入れて、あいつが望みを叶えたところで、あいつは他のサーバントと同じになっちまうんだろう。俺にはそれが納得いかない。そもそもサーバントって何なんだ？英霊を使い魔にするっていうが、セイバーみたいに矛盾した英霊もありえるのか？
さあ、そのあたりのシステムなど知らんよ。
Yeah, it's more complex than perhaps anyone fully understands.
魂の永続。その秘宝を真似て作られたのがサーバントシステムだ。
Yeah, the divisor.
こればかりは立案者であった当時の人間しか知るまい。
God or whoever else is in charge of this whole thing.
魂の永続？
いや、もともとはそういうものだっただけと関係のないことだ。忘れろ。
If you say so.
それで意味やしろ。つまるところ、お前はあのセーバーをサーバントではなくしたいというのだな。
He guessed right. I certainly think Saber's situation is strange. It's fine that she wants to obtain the Holy Grail, but all that awaits her is elimination. If a king other than King Arthur is chosen and King Arthur is no more, I think it's wrong for her to be summoned as the hero King Arthur after that. So if she can stop being a servant and live as a normal human being.
それは不可能だ。死者は蘇らない。いかに時間に止まっていようと、私たちにとってセーバーは死んだものだ。彼女を現世に呼び出しているのは聖杯の力であり、彼女が英霊になる交換条件を飲んだからだろう。聖杯を求めない彼女はサーバントとして召喚されることはない。そして聖杯を求める以上、遅かれ早かれ彼女は完全なサーバントになるだろう。
It's her fate. But tush. But
た
it,
とえ
really
今回
though,
が失敗に終わっても彼女にはチャンスなど無限にある。
yeah, it'll just keep going forever and ever until she finally succeeds.
セイバーは未だ時間軸にとどまっているため、聖杯を手に入れる機会を同時に行えるというわけでもないし、一度失敗した試練をやり直すということもできない。
That's really cool.
一度失敗した試練は何度やり直そうと失敗する。結果を体験しているからといって決定した結果は変えられないからな。
Because that then becomes her fate, in a sense.
だがそれでも聖杯を手に入れるのは時間の問題だろう。聖杯を手に入れる機会はこの聖杯戦争だけではない。
Sure.
聖杯に関する試練はあらゆる時代に存在する。
Yep.
その全てをしらみつぶしに続けていけば、いずれ聖杯は手に入れられる。そもそも彼女は結果として聖杯を手に入れるからこそ英霊として召喚されているのだ。
Yeah, it only works because at some point she is eventually gonna get it, and that's the way this whole thing like kind of writes itself into, you know, closes the loop, like I said. Otherwise, if she doesn't eventually get it, then none of this would make any sense.
お前のセーバーをサーバントでなくす方法など、あれがお前の前に現れた時点で存在しまいよ。
It was already fated to be. I thought so. As long as Saber seeks the Holy Grail, there's no way to stop her from being a servant. After all, she'll continue like this unless Saber herself decides to use the Holy Grail for her own sake. Even if this Holy Grail war ends and there's no need to fight anymore, she will go on to the next chance to obtain the Holy Grail if she cannot obtain it this time. Once she obtains it, she'll become this heroic spirit thing and be sent out to many ages.
じゃあ聖杯を手に入れようが手に入れまいが、あいつはずっとサーバントのままなのか。
Yeah, generally speaking, it doesn't really change much either way for her, other than just finally succeeding in her task and getting her wish.
いや、そうとは限らんだろう。聖杯が本当に万能の杯であるのなら、セーバーを救うことはできる。
I mean, that's true if it truly is that powerful.
けどあんたはさっきそれは不可能だと。
That's an if.
なあ、セーバーをサーバントでなくすのは不可能だ。
But
だがお前が望んでいるのは、セーバーを人としてこの世にとどま
yep,
らせる
and he
こと
hits,
だろう。
and there it is. There it is. He's challenging him with like, yeah, you would have a wish too.
ならば、そう難しいことではない。
Yep.
聖杯戦争が終わった後、サーバントを人として生かすこともできる。もっとも、死んでしまえば死の直前にいる彼女に戻ることになるが。
Wow. I mean, that seems like a logical. I mean, that's what we've been assuming, I think, for ever, you know, since this has come up, that he's just gonna wish for her to do her thing.
それはどうやって。
英霊とサーバントは似て非なるもの。と通常英霊として召喚される者には意志などない。連中はただ目的を果たすためだけの道具として召喚され消え去っていく。
Sure.
だがサーバントは別だ。あれは聖杯によって呼び出された本体だからな。それならば世界に留めておくだけで人として生きていこう。
そんなことできるのか。
Pretty insane.
前回セイバーは聖杯が壊れた時点で消えたと言っていた。聖杯がなくなってしまえばサーバントは残っていられないんじゃないのか。
無論だ。サーバントを呼び出すのは聖杯であり、その後に彼らを維持させるのがマスターの役割だ。
Sure.
だがそれも聖杯がマスターの後押しをしているからでね。本来魔術師一人程度の魔力ではサーバントを維持できない。
だろうな。なら
Yeah, that makes the boy even more confusing.
いや、足りないのなら補えばいいだけの話だろう。サーバントにとって魔力提供など 代償行為に過ぎない。連中の本質は魂食いだ。
I mean, attacking random people like Shinji did?
ふざけるな。そんなことできるものか。大体な、セイバー自身そこまでして残ろうと思ってない。
You're not gonna want to stay anyways.
ならば、あとは聖杯の中身を使うしかあるまい。簡単な話だ。お前。
He must have predicted my response as I cut him off. The priest's expression tells me that he was waiting to reach this conclusion from the beginning.
それは聖杯で俺の願いを叶えろってことか。
いや、それはお前の願いとは関係がない。リンから聞かなかったか。サーバントは杯に満ちた水を飲むことによって現世で2度目の生を授けられるのだと。もっともそれはこの時代の使い魔として立場を確立したに過ぎぬがな。肉体は依然サーバントのままだが、マスターさえ存命ならばこの世界にとどまれるようになる。
That actually would be really cool. You'd get to live your life with her, basically.
けどそれは
That hasn't solved anything. Even if she can stay in this world, it's meaningless if she's still a servant, but that's the thing, right? He wants more than that. She can't exist without magical energy from her master, and even if she stays in this world like that, she returns to that hill after she dies. Saber wouldn't do it. She isn't interested in a second life, and she said she's going to use the Holy Grail for another purpose. Exactly. You gotta make the wish, man. That's the only move you have. Oh, but first of all, the key to everything is the Holy Grail. Does it mean it still exists in this world? Yeah.
話は分かった。結局聖杯を手に入れるしかないってことだろう。けど聖杯はあるのか。親父が壊したんならも
う何かね。
聖杯がないのなら戦う理由がない。こんな馬鹿げた殺し合いは無意味だ。
As we brought up, there wouldn't be the servants if there was no Holy Grail.
戦う理由はないか。何を今さら。もとより君に理由などない。
And that's also true. As he says so, time freezes. No reason to fight. That's what this priest told me before. At that time, I just became a master and didn't have much of a reason to fight. That's why I ignored it, thought it was just sarcasm. But what about now? I have a reason to fight. If there is a Holy Grail, I want to end this fight and give it to Saber. I have a reason to fight. I have a reason to fight. So why do his words make my body shake so much that I want to vomit?
まあよかろう。今はエミやシローの傷を切開する時ではない。
If you say so. I hear a voice I don't want to hear, but it makes my mysterious nausea stop.
聖杯はある。もとより聖杯は受け皿に過ぎぬからな。なくなれば用意した者が新しい聖杯を用意する。
用意した者が新しい聖杯を用意するって、聖杯ってそんな簡単に作れるものなのか。
Yeah, because it's a spirit. It's not like the true Holy Grail isn't the cup, it's the spirit.
器を作るだけならば。
Yeah, the vessel.
無論相応の技術が必要となってくるが、もとよりその技術なくして聖杯戦争は成り立たなかった。
Fair enough.
もともと聖杯とは神の血を受け継いだ杯ではなく、古より伝わる魔法の鎌が原型なのだ。
Fair enough.
お前も魔術師の端くれならば知っていよう。
Oh?
ユートピア。ギリシャ語
Utopia?
でたどり着けない場所という意味を持つそこには、願いを叶える万能の鎌があるとされた。
Huh.
このあらゆる神話の根底にある万能の鎌を再現しようとした魔術師たちがいた。それがアインツベルン、マキリ、トーサカの3家だ。
Interesting! course, we know Einsburn and Tosaka. We're not familiar with Makiri.
連中は何代かにわたって万能の釜を再現する儀式を模索し、200年前にそれを完成させた。
And that's how the Holy Grail War.
それが一度目の聖杯戦争。
Yep.
人工物に過ぎない聖杯に万能の釜を降霊させ、道を開こうとした儀式だった。
Yep.
アインツベルン。それってイリアの家のことか。
And also Tosaka as well.
そうだ。アインツベルンはラインの黄金とやらの伝承に長けていて、
Golden rule of the line.
こと聖杯の模造品を作る技術は神業だった。
Interesting.
だがそれだけでは聖杯を呼び出すことはできん。ふさわしい土地と強力な呪縛が必要となる。それらを提供したのが遠坂とマキリだ。当時教会と魔術協会は係争の真っ最中だったからな。儀式には教会の目が届かない極東の地が選ばれた。
Japan.
アインツベルンはそれを見越して遠坂を仲間に引き入れたのだろう。遠坂はここ一帯の霊地の持ち主であり、
Sure.
その死は高霊術の対価だった。アインツベルンとしては遠坂なくして聖杯召喚は不可能だった。
That makes sense.
だが二つの家だけでは容易に裏切りが起きてしまう。
And that's the point of the third family.
ことは三すくみにすべきだと考えたのか。遠坂はマキリの家系にもこの話
The
を持ち込
Makiri
んだ。
family, which has not come up yet in this game.
マキリも長い年月を持つ名門でな。こと使い魔に関しては優れた技法を持っていた。
Interesting.
サーバントを縛る霊樹を作り上げたのも
That's
マ
cool.
キリだ。そうして連中は聖杯召喚に一致団結したわけだが、いざ成功してみれば残ったのは潰し合いだ。
Unsurprisingly.
一度目の聖杯の降霊は連中が戦っている間に終わってしまったらしいな。そうして代を重ね聖杯戦争というルールを作り、形だけは元の協力関係に戻った。
Jesus.
遠坂はこの土地とサーバントを形作るシステムを提供し、マキリはサーバントを縛る霊樹を提供した。
Huh.
そしてアインツベルンは聖杯が宿る器を用意する。
Wow. That's really cool. These three great magical houses, families, and how they kind of essentially created the Holy Grail War. It's
そ
really
れらが彼
interesting.
らの敷いた協力関係というわけだ。
Priest continues happily as if something pleases him. But I see. They say the Holy Grail War is a ritual, but Ilya's family was the original proposer.
聖杯を用意したのはアインツベルンだからな。
Sure.
前回キリツグに裏切られた彼らは最強の切り札を投入してきた。おそらくアインツベルンの娘が聖杯を持っているのだろう。
Ah, it was the Einsburns that hired Kiritsugu last time. Interesting. Ilya has the Holy Grail? That's weird. I don't think she had anything with her.
さて、これで気は済んだか。お前が何を悩むのかは私には知り得ない。
Interesting.
だが解決する手段は聖杯のみだ。それが分かったのなら早々に帰るがいい。戦いはまだ終わっていない。セーバーもつけずに出歩くのは正気の沙汰ではないぞ。
He is certainly crazy.
余計なお世話だ。まだランサーのマスターが残っていることぐらい。
Hold on. There's one more thing I need to ask him. Yes, about Archer 2?
ことみね、聖杯が消えればサーバントも消える。あんたはそう言ったな。
言ったが、何か問題でも。
Yes.
終わりだ。何者かは知らないが、8人目のサーファントがいた。セイバーの話じゃ、あいつは前回からずっとこの場に残ってるって話だぞ。
By any chance, could it have been your servant? It must have been a surprise. Kotomine opens his eyes and mutters in disbelief.
どういうことだ、琴峰。あんたなら少しはわかると思ってきたんだぞ。
消えなかったサーバントがいるということだな。
Yeah.
そう不思議ではあるまい。前回の戦いはセーバーが聖杯を破壊することで終わったのだ。
True.
つまり、
But you ran away earlier, so it wouldn't make sense. I highly doubt. Yeah, that doesn't. Yeah, no. Based on what we know, that you wouldn't have been the Archer Master.
セイバーは潔く消えたが、そのサーバントが限界することを望んだのなら、
They stayed.
話はたやすい。
Sure, that makes sense.
それは魂を食らうことで魔力を補い、この10年間生き続けたのだろう。
そんなバカな。あいつの気配は異常だった。あんなのが10年間もいたら、親父だってあんただって気がつくはずだ。
分かっている。おそらくかくまっている者がいたのだろう。
Oh.
そのサーバントのマスターか、もしくは。
Or.
もしくは、なんだよ。
聖
Or.
杯戦争を知りながら、マスターの資格を持ち得なかった魔術師だ。
Interesting.
そういった人物には一人心当たりがあるのだが、それもないな。マキリのご老体はとうに
So
隠
it
居し
can't
てい
be the
る。
Makiri. Kotomine must be satisfied as he gets up from the sofa.
話はここまでだ。今の話を聞いては、監督役として放ってはおけん。
Alright.
そのサーバントに関しては、私が調べよう。お前は残るランサーとの戦いに専
Alright,
念
we'll
するがいい。
focus on Lancer, you focus on Archer too. Sounds like a plan. Kotomine walks to the exit as if there's nothing more to talk about. Well, there's certainly nothing more to be gained from being here. I leave the dark room and follow Kotomine, who leads me to the exit silently. Holy shit, that was a lot. This is gonna be a long episode for you guys. I'm not entirely sure, but I think we're knocking on the door of... I could be wrong, but I want to say we're knocking on the door of possibly a 4-hour episode here. I just didn't expect this to keep going, but hey, I'm enjoying it. I'm not really, like, in pain or anything, so I don't mind this being a really long episode, really. I leave the church. Behind me...
聖杯を手に入れればセーバーは死ぬ。その意味が分かっているのだろうな、エミヤシロ。
The priest asks as is confirming it. Priest is looking down at me from the doorway. Saber will die if she obtains the Holy Grail. I already know that. Saber's goal is to obtain the Holy Grail, and she doesn't want its power. When she obtains the Holy Grail, nothing will bind her. She will be freed from her situation, frozen on the verge of death, and she will die an unrewarded death on that hill.
どういう風の吹き回しだ。あんたがそんな忠告をするたまか。
なに、お前がセーバーに肩入れしている様は喜ばしいのでな。私なりの行為として忠告しているのだよ。聖杯を手に入れてしまえばセーバーは消える。彼女と共にいたいのならば、聖杯は諦めるべきだろうとな。
それこそ矛盾してる。聖杯がなかったらセイバーをとどめておけない。
Yeah.
聖杯に頼ることはあるまい。先ほどのサーバントの話もある。セーバーを存命させたいのなら、魂を与え続ければいいだけではないか。
But that, I don't think that really works
ふざける
either.
な。そんなことできるもんか。
I glare at the priest.
そうか。それは残念だ。
Damn. He must not even care about my glare as the priest is laughing. He's just kind of messing with you.
ならば、聖杯の中身に期待するしかないな。
If you could somehow make her drink it, yeah.
お前のサーバントが望まないにしても、
Yeah.
霊樹を一つ残しておけばそれでいい。
She would be so
お
fucking
前の望み
furious.
はそれで叶う。
Jesus, the same, kind of the same thing that Kiritsugu did. But instead of having her destroy it, he'd have her drink from it. The priest is saying that it doesn't matter even if Saber doesn't want it. If I'm a master, I can just force Saber to drink using the power of the command spell.
おや、失言だったか。そう睨むな。あくまで今のは忠告に過ぎぬ。
It's the type of thing that Shiro would never think of doing, but in the moment, at the end, I'm not 100% confident he wouldn't do it. And I think he's a good person. He absolutely is a good person, but it's just one of those things that's like you never would truly know until the moment occurs. If you could do that.
ま、セイバーの意志を尊重するのもよかろう。
Yep.
彼女の人生だ。
That's
我々が口を出す権利はない。
That's probably where this is going, but who knows?
例のサーバントに関しては明日中に調べ上げよう。
Sounds like a plan, Kirei.
気が向いたのならもう一度訪れるがいい。
The door to the church closes. Looking up at the church, I grit my teeth, telling myself that I will never come here again. We'll see if you live up to that promise. Holy shit, what a night. It's time for you to get back to fucking your house and go to sleep. I crossed the moonlit bridge. Like, it's almost 8 o'clock. I need to edit a video. This is the place where I walked with Saber. At that time, I was just looking at the scenery, not thinking about anything.
聖杯を手に入れればセーバーは死ぬ。
But we haven't had a long episode in a while, and you know, I haven't been consistent and stuff, so you haven't been getting a lot. So it feels good to give you guys a long Fate video today for this week.
その意味が分かっているのだろうな、エミやシロ。
I know without him telling me. But why is everything so complicated? Saber must not obtain the Holy Grail, but it is the only thing that can save her.
彼女と共にいたいのならば聖杯は諦めるべきだろう。それでも存命させたいのなら彼女に魂を与え続ければいい。
I can't do that. Even if I accepted that, Saber wouldn't. She would rather disappear than do such things. She would disappear and repeat this kind of war.
ならばレイジを一つ残しておけばそれでいい。お前の望みはそれで叶う。
この黙りやがれ。
Yeah, he's struggling to get that particular thought out of his head. I stop and punch at the rails as if shaking off the command spell. A hard steel sound echoes through the night. That's the only sound around here. There's no people nor cars around.
くそ。何をその気になってんだ。
Because you love her. I lean on the rail and spit it out. I know I should just ignore Kotomine's opinion, but his words had a charm that makes me unable to ignore them. What did I want to do? And what was I trying to fight for? At first, it was to end the Holy Grail War. When did that purpose fade away and become secondary? Was it when I was obstinate about fighting by myself? Was it when I decided to cooperate with Saber after I painfully realized how powerless I was? Or is it from that time I made a sword for her after that night in the ruins? I'm just trying to deceive myself with all that. It was the moment you first laid eyes on her. It's so cool that we're doubling back to this, what I feel like is an iconic shot for me. And generally probably just is a very iconic shot. I don't even need to think about it. Back then, when I met her in the moonlight, in that shed, my mind was already made up. Yeah. It was fate. But that would have been fine. If I hadn't found out because of the dreams, this probably would have ended before I knew it. But I found out. I couldn't leave her alone and decided I didn't want to lose her. I want to stay like this. I want to keep watching her smile.
いた。
It's okay to want things, Shiro. The girl, watching the sunset alone on that hill of swords. My chest hurts thinking back to it. She never had time that was her own. I just don't like that. Kiritsugu said we shouldn't let girls cry. I think a smiling face is much better than a crying one. That's why I was irritated when Saber wasn't smiling. When I told her to smile, she said that it was better if she saw me smiling. It's like seeing stars through a telescope that you can never reach. You're in love with her, man. I look up at the night sky, looking up at the star I can never reach. Drip. An unnoticed tear falls down my cheek.
俺あいつが好きだ。
More than that. Come on. I say so to no one. However dull I am, I have to admit it. There's nothing I can do about it. I like her so much that I can cry for no reason. Fucking fantastic. Yeah, no, the multiple
おかえ
transitions.
り。ずいぶんと遅かったわね。
God damn it, Rin. And then, Tosaka is standing in the doorway.
父さか、お前なんで？
玄関で立ち話もなんでしょ。疲れてるみたいだし、こっち来なさいよ。
Yeah, I had a pretty long conversation with Kotomine. This day never ends. This video is gonna literally never end. She takes my arm without asking me and starts to walk. And takes me to her room.
はいお茶。外寒かったでしょ。
She says so rather bluntly, but she's thoughtful.
ああ、サンキュー。
I love this theme so much. Honestly, I appreciate the hot tea. It's about an hour to the neighboring town. Since I walk slowly, my body is freezing cold.
で、綺麗のとこに行ってたの？
Yep. She asked me directly. I see. So Tosaka knew all along. But she didn't even stop me. Just waited for me to come home and prepared me some tea. I've made up my mind, and I appreciate Tosaka's thoughtfulness. That must be why.
あ、行ってきた。聞きたいことがあったから。
A few things, actually. I reply honestly, not hiding anything.
そっか。じゃあ何をしてきたかは聞かない。シローもそれでいいでしょ？
そうだな。それにあんまり身のある話じゃなかった。ただ今の状況を確認しただけだったし。
そう。でも驚いたな。セイバーがまだサーバントになりきってないだなんて。最強のサーバントがその実一番半端なサーバントだったなんて悪い冗談じゃない。
Sounds about right, honestly.
そうだな。セイバーはサーバントになんてならなければよかったんだ。
I nod.
意外ね。シロとアッチャー、もしかしたら気があったのかもしれないな。
How about that?
あいつ
Oops.
アーチャーってあいつが？
Rin's Archer. Archer 1.
そう。アーチャーも言ってたわ。自分は後悔してるから、セイバーにはそうなってほしくないって。
So he knew all along.
なんであいつがセイバーの心配をするんだよ。あいつセイバーを嫌ってたじゃないか。
そうなんだけどね。やっぱりさ、あいつってセイバーにゆかりの騎士だったんじゃないかな。
Excuse me? Nani the fuck?
初めてセイバーと戦った時、あいつ明らかに手を抜いてたでしょ。あの時から怪しいと思ってたんだ。
Oh shit. Really? That's really interesting.
そうなのか。けどセイバーはアーチャーに見覚えはないようだったぞ。
そうなの？けどセイバーは王様だったんでしょ？
True.
なら国民を全て把握していたわけでもないし、 忘れてることだってあるんじゃない？
I suppose that's possible.
な、そういうこと言い出したらそれこそキリがない。顔を見て思い出せないようなやつならそれは知らないってことだと思うけど。
Interesting. We're getting teases about Archer 1 here.
そうでもないわよ。伝説だとさ、アーサー王の進化には運が悪くてキャメロットを追われた騎士も多いでしょ。あいつ、その一人だったのかもしれないわ。
Sure.
あいつが正体を隠していたのは私にじゃなくてセイバーに対してだったって言うんなら割と納得がいくんだけど。
I don't know if it's that simple, but that's interesting. Tosaka's actively talking to me. She trying to care for me? I don't think it's having much effect, but she's a nice girl. Aww. She's usually merciless, but she tries to help people when they're weak, and it's true. And so, we drank tea together for a while. And I never woke up again after that. That damn bitch poisoned me, took Saber, won the Holy Grail War, forced her to stay, and fucked her for the rest of her life. And that is what I call a happy ending, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. She must have run out of patience as she looks at me seriously.
で、あなたはどうしたいの、シロ？
God only knows.
とりあえず明日はデートする。
I can't think of anything else, and I already decided so on my way home. And then, where did that solemn atmosphere go? After making a really rude face, Tosaka laughs. Yep. I mean, that is the appropriate reaction, to be honest. Bursts into laughter.
ちょっと待って。心の準備が。すごいってば、すっごいわがままぶりよ、シロ。
Yep. Damn, now that I think about it calmly, I should have known this was gonna happen. I'm such an idiot.
うるさい。わがままで悪いか。そんな場合じゃないって分かってるけど、絶対に邪魔はさせないからな。
He's gonna let Saber go, but he wants to cherish the time he has left with her.
違う。シロがおかしくて。
Also, there has to be just enough to remind you that this is somehow still kind of almost like a dating sim. Tosaka hits my back, holding her stomach. Bro, she's gonna literally burst something. Could this be the worst treatment I've taken so far? It's quite the feeling, isn't it? She tries to catch her breath.
そりゃよかったな。こっちは全然笑えなかったけど。
デート、頑張んなさい。
Aww. Damn it. Tosaka says so. Her attitude completely changed.
おう、頑張る。
Yeah, you guys did this in a really backwards order, but I appreciate it. That was a real surprise attack. If she says that kind of a thing with that kind of an expression, all I can do is nod. I return to my room. Saber is still asleep, but the mansion is quiet like nothing has happened. It was raining today, but what will the weather be like tomorrow? Something tells me you'll get the sunshine you desire. Looking up at the moving clouds, I step out of character and wish for it to be sunny tomorrow. Aw, and that's gonna do it. That's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. Yeah! Moonlight 1. Interesting. Holy fucking shit. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that was Fate fucking Stay Night part, like, whatever the fuck. I think that was episode 14. It's ironic because, you know, the day it's like one off from the total episode part. But that was insane. Holy shit. Brilliant. Oh my god, that episode was amazing. We got, I mean, fucking like... And just amazing thing after amazing thing. I mean, that episode was long as hell, and I'm not going to be able to check it until I actually finish the recording. But that was, without a doubt, I feel like that was definitely one of the longest parts of the Let's Play. And I feel like definitely the longest part we did for a while, because it's 8 o'clock, and I feel like This might have actually been a 4-hour part. I might be misremembering when I started, but I think I actually might have just given you guys a 4-hour part. So if the parts do get a little shorter, you know, like I said, you got this, you know, all things considered, and obviously I think we, you know, missed a week of just, you know, generally not posting various things, but here you are. You guys get this fat, juicy Fate episode where I go through one day of Fate that turned out to be 4 hours or however long this is. The other thing is too is that I think if I'm not mistaken, I might actually be able to see it here if I go to load. Let me actually first let me save this, right? But if I right, so if I actually go to the previous day, right? Yeah, it was called Infinity Arms. So that was obviously that had to be a reference to potentially Archer 2 doing his Noble Phantasm thing, if I had to guess. I just thought of that for a second and was like, oh, that's probably what that was referring to. Holy shit, this episode was loaded with content. We got a lot of kind of confirmations, or at least kind of more of an idea of things you can do with the Holy Grail, whether it's wishes. We learned all about Saber's unique circumstances as a servant, or Arturia's unique circumstances as a servant, I suppose I should say. We met the Archer from the previous Fate, the previous Holy Grail War, who has gold hair. He's a badass. He summons like infinite, he summons like infinite, what's it called? Infinite, Noble Phantasms, which now I'm suspicious that could be the so-called unlimited blade works, which I've assumed has been a reference to Archer this whole time, but maybe it's referencing a different Archer. Maybe it's referencing both Archers, because who fucking knows? I don't fucking know. I don't know. I honestly have no idea. But that was really, really cool. And we have a date with Saber. We're going to take Saber on a date next time, which sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun and probably be a really cute, adorable episode that I'm really going to enjoy. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. But this was just an action-packed episode with just so much. This definitely could have been 2 episodes. But I didn't realize it was going to be this long. And obviously that's kind of the thing is, right? I have no way to know how long this is going to go, and I kind of was like, oh, I'll do the 1 day thing, and then it turned out that, oh, this day went on forever. But hey, it just means that you guys are going to get a really fat, juicy episode of Fate Stay Night this Friday. So, the first episode of December 2022 is going to be extra fat. So I hope you guys enjoy it. And, yeah, I mean, I don't really have much else to say, really. It was just a really good episode. Sometimes I do have a little bit to say in these outros, but a lot of the times, you know, the way it's structured, at any time I can pause and go off on tangents and just kind of discuss things that are happening throughout the game, because I control the pace. So I don't always have that much of a need for a post-game discussion, because I have them in the middle of the commentary. So it works out really well, I think, with the Let's Plays. It's with the visual novels, because I control the pace in a visual novel. It's just a whole different flow than the flow that we have in a reaction video to like a anime or cartoon or something. But yeah, I really enjoyed this, and it's always nice to get back into Fate. I always have a blast with it, and yeah, we had a kind of cool off episode. The last episode was pretty chill. There wasn't really a lot going on. So this time you guys got to have a just action-packed, insane episode to kind of after that, what I felt like was a cool down episode. I don't even know like where to even start with there was so much craziness in this, and it was brilliant. So I absolutely fucking loved it, and I hope you guys enjoyed this awesome Fate Stay Night part, because I have no idea how far we are from the end. I mean, it's literally down to Lancer and Saber, but there's also Archer 2. So that's interesting. I don't know how all that's going to play in. It does feel like we are approaching the end game of the Fate route. It does feel like we're not far away from the end of the Holy Grail War. And that's the other thing, is that supposedly Ilya potentially has the Holy Grail, which on top of everything else is just one final, just like, okay, that's interesting to think about. So there's that, and then there's obviously, you know, finishing this thing off as well. So things are going to get really interesting really fast, and I'm really excited to see where they go, because we still got Lancer, who's a huge threat. Lancer and Gaybolg are a problem, and we still have no idea who Lancer's master is, which is a big thing. And then we have fucking Archer 2, which I God only knows what's up with Archer 2. That's going to be super interesting, if not fucking insane, I'm sure. So I can't wait to see all of that come into play. But this has been awesome. This has been another episode of Fate Stay Night. This has been a long one. Like I said, I don't get to check, but I really do think this is like a 4 hour. I believe this part is over 4 hours, if I'm not mistaken. And it might be even a decent bit over 4 hours. So I'm not going to waste any more time. Let's get out of here, since this was such a long episode. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, those of you who have not yet decided, without any further ado, it is time for me to bid you adieu. Patreon, Discord down below in the description. Gotta get that out of the way. Flamin' Shark signing out. Hope you guys have a wonderful, fantastical day, and I'll see you next time with another video. Thanks for watching. Peace.